temerity. Synonyms: audacity, heedlessness, presumption, foolhardiness, overconfidence, rashness, hardihood, precipitancy, recklessness, hastiness, precipitation, venturesomeness. Rashness applies to the actual rushing into danger without counting the cost. Temerity denotes the needless exposure of oneself to peril which is or might be clearly seen to be such. Rashness is used chiefly of bodily acts, temerity often of mental or social matters. There may be a noble rashness, but temerity is always used in a bad sense. We say it is amazing that one should have had the temerity to make a statement which could be readily proved a falsehood, or to make an unworthy proposal to one sure to resent it. In such use temerity is often closely allied to hardihood, audacity, or presumption. Venturesomeness dallies on the edge of danger and experiments with it, foolhardiness rushes in for want of sense, heedlessness for want of attention, rashness for want of reflection, recklessness from disregard of consequences. Audacity, in the sense here considered, denotes a dashing and somewhat reckless courage, in defiance of conventionalities, or of other men's opinions, or of what would be deemed probable consequences, as the audacity of a successful financier. Compare effrontery. Antonyms: care, circumspection, cowardice, hesitation, timidity, wariness. Caution. Start of a new word, term. Term. Synonyms: article, denomination, member, phrase, condition, expression, name, word. Term in its figurative uses always retains something of its literal sense of a boundary or limit. The articles of a contract or other instrument are simply the portions into which it is divided for convenience. The terms are the essential statements on which its validity depends, as it were, the landmarks of its meaning or power. A condition is a contingent term which may become fixed upon the happening of some contemplated event. In logic, a term is one of the essential members of a proposition, the boundary of statement in some one direction. Thus, in general use, term is more restricted than word, expression, or phrase. A term is a word that limits meaning to a fixed point of statement or to a special class of subjects, as when we speak of the definition of terms, that is of the keywords in any discussion, or we say, that is a legal or scientific term. Compare boundary, diction. Start of a new word, terse. Terse. Synonyms: brief, concise, neat, short, compact, condensed, pithy, succinct. Compendious, laconic, sententious. Anything short or brief is of relatively small extent. That which is concise, with, together, and keto, cut, is trimmed down, and that which is condensed, with, together, and densus, thick, is, as it were, pressed together, so as to include as much as possible within a small space. That which is compendious, together, and pendo, way, gathers the substance of a matter into a few words, weighty and effective. The succinct, succinctus, from under, and singo, girded from below, has an alert effectiveness as if girded for action. The summary is compacted to the utmost, often to the point of abruptness, as we speak of a summary statement or a summary dismissal. That which is terse, tersus, from tergo, rub off, has an elegant and finished completeness within the smallest possible compass, as if rubbed or polished down to the utmost. A sententious style is one abounding in sentences that are singly striking or memorable. Apart from the context, the word may be used invidiously of that which is pretentiously oracular. A pithy utterance gives the gist of a matter effectively, whether in rude or elegant style. Antonyms: diffuse, lengthy, long, prolix, tedious, verbose, wordy. Start of a new word, testimony. Testimony. Synonyms: affidavit, attestation, deposition, proof, affirmation, certification, evidence, witness. Testimony, in legal as well as in common use, signifies the statements of witnesses. Deposition and affidavit denote testimony reduced to writing. The deposition differs from the affidavit in that the latter is voluntary and without cross-examination, while the former is made under interrogatories and subject to cross-examination. Evidence is a broader term, including the testimony of witnesses and all facts of every kind that tend to prove a thing true. We have the testimony of a traveler that a fugitive passed this way. His footprints in the sand are additional evidence of the fact. Compare demonstration, OATH. Start of a new word, therefore. Therefore. Synonyms, accordingly, consequently, then, whence, because, hence, thence, wherefore. Therefore, signifying for that, or this, reason, is the most precise and formal word for expressing the direct conclusion of a chain of reasoning, then carries a similar but slighter sense of inference, which it gives incidentally rather than formally, as, all men are mortal, Caesar is a man, therefore Caesar is mortal, or, the contract is awarded, then there is no more to be said. Consequently denotes a direct result, but more frequently of a practical than a theoretic kind, as, important matters demand my attention, consequently I shall not sail today. Consequently is rarely used in the formal conclusions of logic or mathematics, but marks rather the freer and looser style of rhetorical argument. Accordingly denotes correspondence, which may or may not be consequence. It is often used in narration, as, the soldiers were eager and confident, accordingly they sprang forward at the word of command. Thence is a word of more sweeping inference than therefore, applying not merely to a single set of premises, but often to all that has gone before, including the reasonable inferences that have not been formally stated. Wherefore is the correlative of therefore, and whence of hence or thence, appending the inference or conclusion to the previous statement without a break. Compare synonyms for because. Start of a new word, throng. Throng. Synonyms, concourse, crowd, host, jam, mass, multitude, press. A crowd is a company of persons filling to excess the space they occupy and pressing inconveniently upon one another. The total number in a crowd may be great or small. Throng is a word of vastness and dignity, always implying that the persons are numerous as well as pressed or pressing closely together. There may be a dense crowd in a small room, but there cannot be a throng. Host and multitude both imply vast numbers, but a multitude may be diffused over a great space so as to be nowhere a crowd. Host is a military term, and properly denotes an assembly too orderly for crowding. Concourse signifies a spontaneous gathering of many persons moved by a common impulse, and has a suggestion of stateliness not found in the word crowd, while suggesting less massing and pressure than is indicated by the word throng. Start of a new word, time. Time. Synonyms, age, duration, epoch, period, sequence, term, date, eon, era, season, succession, while. Sequence and succession apply to events viewed as following one another. Time and duration denote something conceived of as enduring while events take place and acts are done. According to the necessary conditions of human thought, events are contained in time as objects are in space, time existing before the event, measuring it as it passes, and still existing when the event is past. Duration and succession are more general words than time. We can speak of infinite or eternal duration or succession, but time is commonly contrasted with eternity. Time is measured or measurable duration. Start of a new word, tip. Tip. Synonyms, cant, dip, incline, list, slope, careen, heel over, lean, slant, tilt. To tilt or tip is to throw out of a horizontal position by raising one side or end or lowering the other. The words are closely similar, but tilt suggests more of fluctuation or instability. Slant and slope are said of things somewhat fixed or permanent in a position out of the horizontal or perpendicular. The roof slants, the hill slopes. Incline is a more formal word for tip, and also for slant or slope. To cant is to set slantingly. In many cases tip and cant might be interchanged, but tip is more temporary, often momentary. One tips a pail so that the water flows over the edge. A mechanic cants a table by making or setting one side higher than the other. A vessel careens in the wind, lists, usually, from shifting of cargo, from water in the hold, etc. Careening is always toward one side or the other, listing may be forward or astern as well. To heel over is the same as to careen, and must be distinguished from keel over. which is to capsize. Start of a new word, tire. Tire. Synonyms: exhaust, fatigue, harass, jade, wear out, weary. Fag: to tire is to reduce strength in any degree by exertion. One may be tired just enough to make rest pleasant, or even unconsciously tired, becoming aware of the fact only when he ceases the exertion, or, on the other hand, he may be, according to the common phrase, too tired to stir, but for this extreme condition the stronger words are commonly used. One who is fatigued suffers from a conscious and painful lack of strength as the result of some overtaxing. An invalid may be fatigued with very slight exertion. When one is wearied, the painful lack of strength is the result of long-continued demand or strain. One is exhausted when the strain has been so severe and continuous as utterly to consume the strength, so that further exertion is for the time impossible. One is fagged by drudgery. He is jaded by incessant repetition of the same act until it becomes increasingly difficult or well-nigh impossible, as a horse is jaded by a long and unbroken journey. Antonyms: invigorate, refresh, relax, relieve, repose, rest, restore. Recreate. Start of a new word, tool. Tool. Synonyms: apparatus, implement, machine, utensil, appliance, instrument, mechanism, weapon. A tool is something that is both contrived and used for extending the force of an intelligent agent to something that is to be operated upon. Those things by which pacific and industrial operations are performed are alone properly called tools, those designed for warlike purposes being designated weapons. An instrument is anything through which power is applied and a result produced. In general usage, the word is of considerably wider meaning than tool, as, a piano is a musical instrument. Instrument is the word usually applied to tools used in scientific pursuits, as, we speak of a surgeon's or an optician's instruments. An implement is a mechanical agency considered with reference to some specific purpose to which it is adapted, as, an agricultural implement, implements of war. Implement is a less technical and artificial term than tool. The paw of a tiger might be termed a terrible implement, but not a tool. A utensil is that which may be used for some special purpose. The word is especially applied to articles used for domestic or agricultural purposes, as, kitchen utensils, farming utensils. An appliance is that which is or may be applied to the accomplishment of a result, either independently or as subordinate to something more extensive or important. Every mechanical tool is an appliance, but not every appliance is a tool. The traces of a harness are appliances for traction, but they are not tools. Mechanism is a word of wide meaning, denoting any combination of mechanical devices for united action. A machine in the most general sense is any mechanical instrument for the conversion of motion. In this sense a lever is a machine, but in more commonly accepted usage a machine is distinguished from a tool by its complexity, and by the combination and coordination of powers and movements for the production of a result. A chisel by itself is a tool. When it is set so as to be operated by a crank and pitman, the entire mechanism is called a machine, as, a mortising machine. An apparatus may be a machine, but the word is commonly used for a collection of distinct articles to be used in connection or combination for a certain purpose, say mechanical equipment, as, the apparatus of a gymnasium, especially, for a collection of appliances for some scientific purpose, as, a chemical or surgical apparatus. An apparatus may include many tools, instruments, or implements. Implement is for the most part and utensil is altogether restricted to the literal sense. Instrument, machine, and tool have figurative use, instrument being used largely in a good, tool always in a bad sense. Machine inclines to the unfavorable sense, as implying that human agents are made mechanically subservient to some controlling will, as, an instrument of providence, the tool of a tyrant, a political machine. Start of a new word, topic. Topic. Synonyms: division, issue, motion, proposition, subject, head, matter, point, question, theme. A topic, topos, place, is a head of discourse. Since a topic for discussion is often stated in the form of a question, question has come to be extensively used to denote a debatable topic, especially of a practical nature and issue, as the labor question, the temperance question. In deliberative assemblies, a proposition presented or moved for acceptance is called a motion, and such a motion or other matter for consideration is known as the question, since it is or may be stated in interrogative form to be answered by each member with a vote of aye or no. A member is required to speak to the question. The chairman puts the question. In speaking or writing, the general subject or theme may be termed the topic, though it is more usual to apply the latter term to the subordinate divisions, points, or heads of discourse, as, to enlarge on this topic would carry me too far from my subject. A pleasant drive will suggest many topics for conversation. Start of a new word, trace. Trace. Synonyms: footmark, impression, remains, token, trail, footprint, mark, remnant, track, vestige. Footstep, memorial, sign. A memorial is that which is intended or fitted to bring to remembrance something that has passed away. It may be vast and stately. On the other hand, a slight token of regard may be a cherished memorial of a friend. Either a concrete object or an observance may be a memorial. A vestige is always slight compared with that whose existence it recalls, as scattered mounds containing implements, weapons, etc., are vestiges of a former civilization. A vestige is always a part of that which has passed away. A trace may be merely the mark made by something that has been present or passed by, and that is still existing, or some slight evidence of its presence or of the effect it has produced, as traces of game were observed by the hunter. Compare characteristic. Start of a new word, transact. Transact. Synonyms: accomplish, carry on, do, perform, act, conduct, negotiate, treat. There are many acts that one may do, accomplish, or perform unaided. What he transacts is by means of or in association with others. One may do a duty, perform a vow, accomplish a task, but he transacts business, since that always involves the agency of others. To negotiate and to treat are likewise collective acts, but both these words lay stress upon deliberation with adjustment of mutual claims and interests. Transact, while it may depend upon previous deliberation, states execution only. Notes, bills of exchange, loans, and treaties are said to be negotiated, the word so used covering not merely the preliminary consideration, but the final settlement. Negotiate has more reference to execution than treat. Nations may treat of peace without result, but when a treaty is negotiated, peace is secured. The citizens of the two nations are then free to transact business with one another. Compare do. Start of a new word, transaction. Transaction. Synonyms: act, action, affair, business, deed, doing, proceeding. One's acts or deeds may be exclusively his own. His transactions involve the agency or participation of others. A transaction is something completed. A proceeding is or is viewed as something in progress, but since transaction is often used to include the steps leading to the conclusion, while proceedings may result in action, the dividing line between the two words becomes sometimes quite faint, though transaction often emphasizes the fact of something done, or brought to a conclusion. Both transactions and proceedings are used of the records of a deliberative body, especially when published. Strictly used, the two are distinguished, as the philosophical transactions of the Royal Society of London give in full the papers read. The proceedings of the American Philological Association give in full the business done, with mere abstracts of or extracts from the papers read. Compare ACT, business. Start of a new word, transcendental. Transcendental. Synonyms: a priori, intuitive, original, primordial, transcendent. Intuitive truths are those which are in the mind independently of all experience, not being derived from experience nor limited by it, as that the whole is greater than a part, or that things which are equal to the same thing are equal to one another. All intuitive truths or beliefs are transcendental. But transcendental is a wider term than intuitive, including all within the limits of thought that is not derived from experience, as the ideas of space and time. Being is transcendental. As being cannot be included under any genus, but transcends them all, so the properties or affections of being have also been called transcendental. K.F. Vocab. Philos, page 530. Transcendent he, Kant, employed to denote what is wholly beyond experience, being neither given as an a posteriori nor a priori element of cognition, what therefore transcends every category of thought. K.F. Vocab. Philos, page 531. Transcendental has been applied in the language of the Emersonian school to the soul's supposed intuitive knowledge of things divine and human, so far as they are capable of being known to man. Compare mysterious. Start of a new word, transient. Transient. Synonyms: brief, fleeting, fugitive, short, ephemeral, flitting, momentary, temporary, evanescent, flying, passing, transitory. Transient and transitory are both derived from the same original source, trans, over, and eo, go, denoting that which quickly passes or is passing away, but there is between them a fine shade of difference. A thing is transient which in fact is not lasting, a thing is transitory which by its very nature must soon pass away, a thing is temporary, tempus, time, which is intended to last or be made use of but a little while, as, a transient joy, this transitory life, a temporary chairman. Ephemeral, grap, on, and hemera, day, literally lasting but for a day, often marks more strongly than transient exceeding brevity of duration. It agrees with transitory in denoting that its object is destined to pass away, but is stronger, as denoting not only its certain but its speedy extinction, thus that which is ephemeral is looked upon as at once slight and perishable, and the word carries often a suggestion of contempt. Man's life is transitory, a butterfly's existence is ephemeral. With no solid qualities or worthy achievements, a pretender may sometimes gain an ephemeral popularity. That which is fleeting is viewed as in the act of passing swiftly by, and that which is fugitive, fugio, flee, as eluding attempts to detain it, that which is evanescent, evanesco, from out, and venus, empty, vain, as in the act of vanishing even while we gaze, as the hues of the sunset. Antonyms: abiding, eternal, immortal, lasting, perpetual, undying, enduring, everlasting, imperishable, permanent, persistent, unfading. Start of a new word, union. Union. Synonyms: coalition, conjunction, juncture, unification, combination, junction, oneness, unity. Unity is oneness, the state of being one, especially of that which never has been divided or of that which cannot be conceived of as resolved into parts, as, the unity of God or the unity of the human soul. Union is a bringing together of things that have been distinct, so that they combine or coalesce to form a new whole, or the state or condition of things thus brought together. In a union, the separate individuality of the things united is never lost sight of. We speak of the union of the parts of a fractured bone or of the union of hearts in marriage. But unity can be said of that which is manifestly or even conspicuously made up of parts, when a single purpose or ideal is so subserved by all that their possible separateness is lost sight of, as, we speak of the unity of the human body, or of the unity of the church. Compare alliance, association, attachment, harmony, marriage. Antonyms: analysis, disconnection, disunion, divorce, separation, contrariety, disjunction, division, schism, severance. Decomposition, dissociation. Start of a new word, usual. Usual. Synonyms: accustomed, everyday, general, ordinary, public, common, familiar, habitual, prevailing, regular, customary, frequent, normal, prevalent, wanted. Usual, usus, use, habit, want, signifies such as regularly or often recurs in the ordinary course of events, or is habitually repeated in the life of the same person. Ordinary, ordo, order, signifies according to an established order, hence of everyday occurrence. In strictness, common and general apply to the greater number of individuals in a class, but both words are in good use as applying to the greater number of instances in a series, so that it is possible to speak of one person's common practice or general custom, though ordinary or usual would in such case be preferable. Compare general, normal. Antonyms: exceptional, infrequent, rare, strange, unparalleled, extraordinary, out of the way, singular, uncommon, unusual. Start of a new word: utility. Utility. Synonyms: advantage, expediency, serviceableness, avail, profit, use, benefit, service, usefulness. Utility, utilis, useful, signifies primarily the quality of being useful, but is somewhat more abstract and philosophical than usefulness or use, and is often employed to denote adaptation to produce a valuable result, while usefulness denotes the actual production of such result. We contrast beauty and utility. We say of an invention, its utility is questionable, or, on the other hand, its usefulness has been proved by ample trial, or I have found it of use. Still, utility and usefulness are frequently interchanged. Expediency, lx, out, and pes, foot, literally, the getting the foot out, refers primarily to escape from or avoidance of some difficulty or trouble. Either expediency or utility may be used to signify profit or advantage considered apart from right as the ground of moral obligation, or of actions that have a moral character, expediency denoting immediate advantage on a contracted view, and especially with reference to avoiding danger, difficulty, or loss, while utility may be so broadened as to cover all existence through all time, as in the utilitarian theory of morals. Policy is often used in a kindred sense, more positive than expediency but narrower than utility, as in the proverb, honesty is the best policy. Compare profit. Antonyms: disadvantage, futility, inadequacy, inutility, uselessness, folly, impolicy, inexpediency, and profitableness, worthlessness. Start of a new word: vacant. Vacant. Synonyms: blank, leisure, unfilled, untenanted, void, empty, unemployed, unoccupied, vacuous, waste. That is empty which contains nothing. That is vacant which is without that which has filled or might be expected to fill it. Vacant has extensive reference to rights or possibilities of occupancy. A vacant room may not be empty, and an empty house may not be vacant. Vacant, as derived from the Latin, is applied to things of some dignity. Empty, from the Saxon, is preferred in speaking of slight, common, or homely matters, though it may be applied with special force to the highest. We speak of empty space, a vacant lot, an empty dish, an empty sleeve, a vacant mind, an empty heart, an empty boast, a vacant office, a vacant or leisure hour. Void and devoid are rarely used in the literal sense, but for the most part confined to abstract relations, devoid being followed by of, and having with that addition the effect of a prepositional phrase, as, the article is devoid of sense, the contract is void for want of consideration. Waste, in this connection, applies to that which is made so by devastation or ruin, or gives an impression of desolation, especially as combined with vastness, probably from association of the words waste and vast. Waste is applied also to uncultivated or unproductive land. If of considerable extent, we speak of a waste tract or region, but not of a waste city lot. Vacuous refers to the condition of being empty or vacant, regarded as continuous or characteristic. Antonyms: brimful, busy, filled, inhabited, overflowing, brimmed, crammed, full, jammed, packed, brimming, crowded, gorged, occupied, replete. Start of a new word: vain. Vain. Synonyms: abortive, futile, shadowy, unsatisfying, baseless, idle, trifling, unserviceable, bootless, inconstant, trivial, unsubstantial, deceitful, ineffectual, unavailing, useless, delusive, nugatory, unimportant, vapid, empty, null, unprofitable, visionary, fruitless, profitless, unreal, worthless. Vain, vanus, empty, keeps the etymological idea through all changes of meaning. A vain endeavor is empty of result, or of adequate power to produce a result. A vain pretension is empty or destitute of support. A vain person has a conceit that is empty or destitute of adequate cause or reason. That which is bootless, fruitless, or profitless fails to accomplish any valuable result. That which is abortive, ineffectual, or unavailing fails to accomplish a result that it was, or was supposed to be, adapted to accomplish. That which is useless, futile, or vain is inherently incapable of accomplishing a specified result. Useless, in the widest sense, signifies not of use for any valuable purpose, and is thus closely similar to valueless and worthless. Fruitless is more final than ineffectual, as applying to the sum or harvest of endeavor. That which is useless lacks actual fitness for a purpose, that which is vain lacks imaginable fitness. Compare vacant, ostentation, pride. Antonyms: adequate, effective, powerful, solid, useful, advantageous, efficient, profitable, sound, valid, beneficial, expedient, real, substantial, valuable, competent, potent, serviceable, sufficient, worthy. Compare synonyms for utility. Start of a new word: venal. Venal. Synonyms: hireling, mercenary, purchasable, saleable. Venal, venalis, from venum, sale, signifies ready to sell one's influence, vote, or efforts for money or other consideration. Mercenary, mercenarius, from merces, pay, reward, signifies influence chiefly or only by desire for gain or reward. Thus, etymologically, the mercenary can be hired, while the venal are openly or actually for sale. Hireling, as. Hurling, from hyr, signifies serving for hire or pay, or having the spirit or character of one who works or of that which is done directly for hire or pay. Mercenary has a special application to character or disposition, as a mercenary spirit, mercenary motives, i.e., a spirit or motives to which money is the chief consideration or the moving principle. The hireling, the mercenary, and the venal are alike in making principle, conscience, and honor of less account than gold or sordid considerations, but the mercenary and venal may be simply open to the bargain and sale which the hireling has already consummated. A clergyman may be mercenary in making place and pay of undue importance while not venal enough to forsake his own communion for another for any reward that could be offered him. The mercenary may retain much show of independence. Hireling service sacrifices self-respect as well as principle. A public officer who makes his office tributary to private speculation in which he is interested is mercenary. If he receives a stipulated recompense for administering his office at the behest of some leader, faction, corporation, or the like, he is both hireling and venal. If he gives essential advantages for pay, without subjecting himself to any direct domination, his course is venal, but not hireling. Compare venial. Antonyms: disinterested, honest, incorruptible, public-spirited, generous, honorable, patriotic, unpurchasable. Start of a new word: venerate. Venerate. Synonyms: adore, honor, respect, revere, reverence. In the highest sense, to revere or reverence is to hold unmingled love and honor with something of sacred fear. As for that which while lovely is sublimely exalted and brings upon us by contrast a sense of our unworthiness or inferiority, to revere is a holy spiritual act. To reverence is often, though not necessarily, to give outward expression to the reverential feeling. We revere or reverence the divine majesty. Revere is a stronger word than reverence or venerate. To venerate is to hold an exalted honor without fear, and is applied to objects less removed from ourselves than those we revere, being said especially of aged persons, of places or objects having sacred associations, and of abstractions. We venerate an aged pastor, the dust of heroes or martyrs, lofty virtue or self-sacrifice, or some great cause, as that of civil or religious liberty. We do not venerate God, but revere or reverence Him. We adore with a humble yet free outflowing of soul. Compare veneration. Antonyms: contemn, detest, dishonor, scoff at, slight, despise, disdain, disregard, scorn, spurn. Start of a new word: veneration. Veneration. Synonyms: adoration, awe, dread, reverence. Awe is inspired by that in which there is sublimity or majesty so overwhelming as to awaken a feeling akin to fear. In awe, considered by itself, there is no element of esteem or affection, though the sense of vastness, power, or grandeur in the object is always present. Dread is a shrinking apprehension or expectation of possible harm awakened by any one of many objects or causes, from that which is overwhelmingly vast and mighty to that which is productive of momentary physical pain. In its higher uses, dread approaches the meaning of awe, but with more of chilliness and cowering, and without that subjection of soul to the grandeur and worthiness of the object that is involved in awe. Awe is preoccupied with the object that inspires it, dread with apprehension of personal consequences. Reverence and veneration are less overwhelming than awe or dread, and suggest something of esteem, affection, and personal nearness. We may feel awe of that which we cannot reverence, as a grandly terrible ocean storm. Awe of the divine presence is more distant and less trustful than reverence. Veneration is commonly applied to things which are not subjects of awe. Adoration, in its full sense, is loftier than veneration, less restrained and awed than reverence, and with more of the spirit of direct, active, and joyful worship. Compare esteem, venerate. Antonyms: contempt, disdain, dishonor, disregard, scorn. Start of a new word, venial. Venial. Synonyms: excusable, pardonable, slight, trivial. Venial, venia, pardon, signifies capable of being pardoned, and, in common use, capable of being readily pardoned, easily overlooked. Aside from its technical ecclesiastical use, venial is always understood as marking some fault comparatively slight or trivial. A venial offense is one readily overlooked. A pardonable offense requires more serious consideration, but on deliberation is found to be susceptible of pardon. Excusable is scarcely applied to offenses, but to matters open to doubt or criticism rather than direct censure. So used, it often falls little short of justifiable, as, I think, under those circumstances, his action was excusable. Protestants do not recognize the distinction between venial and mortal sins. Venial must not be confounded with the very different word venal. Compare venal. Antonyms: inexcusable, inexpiable, mortal, unpardonable, unjustifiable. Start of a new word, veracity. Veracity. Synonyms: candor, honesty, reality, truthfulness, frankness, ingenuousness, truth, verity. Truth is primarily and verity is always a quality of thought or speech, especially of speech, as an exact conformity to fact. Veracity is properly a quality of a person, the habit of speaking and the disposition to speak the truth. A habitual liar may on some occasions speak the truth, but that does not constitute him a man of veracity. On the other hand, a person of undoubted veracity may state, through ignorance or misinformation, what is not the truth. Truthfulness is a quality that may inhere either in a person or in his statements or beliefs. Candor, frankness, honesty, and ingenuousness are allied with veracity, and verity with truth, while truthfulness may accord with either. Truth in a secondary sense may be applied to intellectual action or moral character, in the former case becoming a close synonym of veracity, as, I know him to be a man of truth. Antonyms: deceit, duplicity, falsehood, fiction, lie, deception, error, falseness, guile, mendacity, delusion, fabrication, falsity, imposture, untruth. Compare synonyms for deception. Start of a new word, verbal. Verbal. Synonyms: literal, oral, vocal. Oral, los, the mouth, signifies uttered through the mouth or, in common phrase, by word of mouth. Verbal, verbum, a word, signifies of, pertaining to, or connected with words, especially with words as distinguished from the ideas they convey. Vocal, vox, the voice, signifies of or pertaining to the voice, uttered or modulated by the voice, and especially uttered with or sounding with full, resonant voice. Literal, littera, a letter, signifies consisting of or expressed by letters, or according to the letter, in the broader sense of the exact meaning or requirement of the words used. What is called the letter of the law is its literal meaning without going behind what is expressed by the letters on the page. Thus oral applies to that which is given by spoken words in distinction from that which is written or printed, as oral tradition, and oral examination. By this rule we should in strictness speak of an oral contract or an oral message, but verbal contract and verbal message, as indicating that which is by spoken rather than by written words, have become so fixed in the language that they can probably never be changed. This usage is also in line with other idioms of the language, as, I give you my word, a true man's word is as good as his bond, by word of mouth, etc. A verbal translation may be oral or written, so that it is word for word. A literal translation follows the construction and idiom of the original as well as the words. A literal translation is more than one that is merely verbal. Both verbal and literal are opposed to free. In the same sense, of attending to words only, we speak of verbal criticism, a verbal change. Vocal has primary reference to the human voice, as vocal sounds, vocal music. Vocal may be applied within certain limits to inarticulate sounds given forth by other animals than man, as, the woods were vocal with the songs of birds. Oral is never so applied, but is limited to articulate utterance regarded as having a definite meaning, as, an oral statement. Start of a new word, victory. Victory. Synonyms: achievement, conquest, success, triumph. Advantage, mastery, supremacy. Victory is the state resulting from the overcoming of an opponent or opponents in any contest, or from the overcoming of difficulties, obstacles, evils, etc., considered as opponents or enemies. In the latter sense, any hard-won achievement, advantage, or success may be termed a victory. In conquest and mastery there is implied a permanence of state that is not implied in victory. Triumph, originally denoting the public rejoicing in honor of a victory, has come to signify also a peculiarly exultant, complete, and glorious victory. Compare conquer. Antonyms: defeat, disappointment, failure, miscarriage, retreat, destruction, disaster, frustration, overthrow, rout. Start of a new word, vigilant. Vigilant. Synonyms: alert, cautious, on the lookout, wary, awake, circumspect, sleepless, watchful, careful, on the alert, wakeful, wide awake. Vigilant implies more sustained activity and more intelligent volition than alert. One may be habitually alert by reason of native quickness of perception and thought, or one may be momentarily alert under some excitement or expectancy. One who is vigilant is so with thoughtful purpose. One is vigilant against danger or harm. He may be alert or watchful for good as well as against evil. He is wary in view of suspected stratagem, trickery, or treachery. A person may be wakeful because of some merely physical excitement or excitability, as through insomnia, yet he may be utterly careless and negligent in his wakefulness, the reverse of watchful. A person who is truly watchful must keep himself wakeful while on watch, in which case wakeful has something of mental quality. Watchful, from the Saxon, and vigilant, from the Latin, are almost exact equivalents, but vigilant has somewhat more of sharp definiteness and somewhat more suggestion of volition. One may be habitually watchful. One is vigilant of set purpose and for direct cause, as in the presence of an enemy. Compare alert. Antonyms: careless, heedless, inconsiderate, oblivious, drowsy, inattentive, neglectful, thoughtless, dull, incautious, negligent, unwary. Start of a new word, virtue. Virtue. Synonyms: chastity, honesty, probity, truth, duty, honor, purity, uprightness, excellence, integrity, rectitude, virtuousness, faithfulness, justice, righteousness, worth, goodness, morality, rightness, worthiness. Virtue, virtus, primarily manly strength or courage, from vir, a man, a hero, is, in its full sense, goodness that is victorious through trial, perhaps through temptation and conflict. Goodness, the being morally good, may be much less than virtue, as lacking the strength that comes from trial and conflict, or it may be very much more than virtue, as rising sublimely above the possibility of temptation and conflict, the infantile as contrasted with the divine goodness. Virtue is distinctively human, we do not predicate it of God. Morality is conformity to the moral law in action, whether in matters concerning ourselves or others, whether with or without right principle. Honesty and probity are used especially of one's relations to his fellow men, probity being to honesty much what virtue in some respects is to goodness. Probity is honesty tried and proved, especially in those things that are beyond the reach of legal requirement. Above the commercial sense, honesty may be applied to the highest truthfulness of the soul to and with itself and its maker. Integrity, in the full sense, is moral wholeness without a flaw. When used, as it often is, of contracts and dealings, it has reference to inherent character and principle, and denotes much more than superficial or conventional honesty. Honor is a lofty honesty that scorns fraud or wrong as base and unworthy of itself. Honor rises far above thought of the motto that honesty is the best policy. Purity is freedom from all admixture, especially of that which debases. It is chastity both of heart and life, but of the life because from the heart. Duty, the rendering of what is due to any person or in any relation, is, in this connection, the fulfillment of moral obligation. Rectitude and righteousness denote conformity to the standard of right, whether in heart or act. Righteousness is used especially in the religious sense. Uprightness refers especially to conduct. Virtuousness is a quality of the soul or of action. In the latter sense it is the essence of virtuous action. Compare innocent, justice, religion. Antonyms: evil, vice, viciousness, wickedness, wrong. Compare synonyms for sin. Start of a new word: wander. Wander. Synonyms: deviate, diverge, go astray, range, rove, swerve, digress, err, ramble, roam, stray, veer. To wander, as. Windan, wind, is to move in an indefinite or indeterminate way which may or may not be a departure from a prescribed way. To deviate, from, and via, away, is to turn from a prescribed or right way, physically, mentally, or morally, usually in an unfavorable sense. To diverge, apart, and vergo, incline, tend, is to turn from a course previously followed or that something else follows, and has no unfavorable implication. To digress, apart, aside, and gradier, step, is used only with reference to speaking or writing. To err is used of intellectual or moral action, and of the moral with primary reference to the intellectual, an error being viewed as in some degree due to ignorance. Range, roam, and rove imply the traversing of considerable, often of vast, distances of land or sea. Range commonly implies a purpose, as, cattle range for food, a hunting dog ranges a field for game. Roam and rove are often purposeless, and always without definite aim. To swerve or veer is to turn suddenly from a prescribed or previous course, and often but momentarily. Veer is more capricious and repetitious. The horse swerves at the flash of a sword, the wind veers, the ship veers with the wind. To stray is to go in a somewhat purposeless way aside from the regular path or usual limits or abode, usually with unfavorable implication. Cattle stray from their pastures, an author strays from his subject, one strays from the path of virtue. Stray is in most uses a lighter word than wander. Ramble, in its literal use, is always a word of pleasant suggestion, but in its figurative use always somewhat contemptuous, as rambling talk. Start of a new word: way. Way. Synonyms: alley, course, lane, path, route, avenue, driveway, pass, pathway, street, bridle path, highroad, passage, road, thoroughfare, channel, highway, passageway, roadway, track. Wherever there is room for one object to pass another there is a way. A road, originally a rideway, is a prepared way for traveling with horses or vehicles, always the latter unless the contrary is expressly stated. A way suitable to be traversed only by foot passengers or by animals is called a path, bridle path, or track, as, the roads in that country are mere bridle paths. A road may be private, a highway or highroad is public, highway being a specific name for a road legally set apart for the use of the public forever. A highway may be over water as well as over land. A route is a line of travel, and may be over many roads. A street is in some Center of habitation, as a city, town, or village. When it passes between rows of dwellings, the country road becomes the village street. An avenue is a long, broad, and imposing or principal street. Track is a word of wide signification. We speak of a goat track on a mountainside, a railroad track, a racetrack, the track of a comet. On a traveled road, the line worn by regular passing of hoofs and wheels in either direction is called the track. A passage is between any two objects or lines of enclosure, a pass commonly between mountains. A driveway is within enclosed grounds, as of a private residence. A channel is a waterway. A thoroughfare is a way through. A road or street temporarily or permanently closed at any point ceases for such time to be a thoroughfare. Compare air, direction. Start of a new word, wisdom. Wisdom. Synonyms: attainment, insight, prudence, depth, judgment, reason, discernment, judiciousness, reasonableness, discretion, knowledge, sagacity, enlightenment, learning, sense, erudition, prescience, skill, foresight, profundity, understanding. Information, enlightenment, erudition, information, knowledge, learning, and skill are acquired, as by study or practice. Insight, judgment, profundity or depth, reason, sagacity, sense, and understanding are native qualities of mind, though capable of increase by cultivation. The other qualities are on the borderline. Wisdom has been defined as the right use of knowledge, or the use of the most important means for attaining the best ends, wisdom thus presupposing knowledge for its very existence and exercise. Wisdom is mental power acting upon the materials that fullest knowledge gives in the most effective way. There may be what is termed practical wisdom that looks only to material results, but in its full sense, wisdom implies the highest and noblest exercise of all the faculties of the moral nature as well as of the intellect. Prudence is a lower and more negative form of the same virtue, respecting outward and practical matters, and largely with a view of avoiding loss and injury. Wisdom transcends prudence, so that while the part of prudence is ordinarily also that of wisdom, cases arise, as in the exigencies of business or of war, when the highest wisdom is in the disregard of the maxims of prudence. Judgment, the power of forming decisions, especially correct decisions, is broader and more positive than prudence, leading one to do, as readily as to refrain from doing, but judgment is more limited in range and less exalted in character than wisdom. To say of one that he displayed good judgment is much less than to say that he manifested wisdom. Skill is far inferior to wisdom, consisting largely in the practical application of acquired knowledge, power, and habitual processes, or in the ingenious contrivance that makes such application possible. In the making of something perfectly useless there may be great skill, but no wisdom. Compare acumen, astute, knowledge, mind, prudence, sagacious, skillful. Antonyms: absurdity, folly, imbecility, miscalculation, senselessness, error, foolishness, imprudence, misjudgment, silliness, fatuity, idiocy, indiscretion, nonsense, stupidity. Compare synonyms for absurd, idiocy. Start of a new word, wit. Wit. Synonyms: banter, fun, joke, waggery, burlesque, humor, playfulness, waggishness, drollery, jest, pleasantry, witticism. Facetiousness, jocularity, raillery. Wit is the quick perception of unusual or commonly unperceived analogies or relations between things apparently unrelated, and has been said to depend upon a union of surprise and pleasure. It depends certainly on the production of a diverting, entertaining, or merrymaking surprise. The analogies with which wit plays are often superficial or artificial. Humor deals with real analogies of an amusing or entertaining kind, or with traits of character that are seen to have a comical side as soon as brought to view. Wit is keen, sudden, brief, and sometimes severe. Humor is deep, thoughtful, sustained, and always kindly. Pleasantry is lighter and less vivid than wit. Fun denotes the merry results produced by wit and humor, or by any fortuitous occasion of mirth, and is pronounced and often hilarious. Antonyms: dullness, seriousness, sobriety, solemnity, stolidity, stupidity. Gravity. Start of a new word, work. Work. Synonyms: achievement, doing, labor, product, action, drudgery, occupation, production, business, employment, performance, toil. Deed, exertion. Work is the generic term for any continuous application of energy toward an end. Work may be hard or easy. Labor is hard and wearying work, toil is straining and exhausting work. Work is also used for any result of working, physical or mental, and has special senses, as in mechanics, which labor and toil do not share. Drudgery is plodding, irksome, and often menial work. Compare ACT, business. Antonyms: ease, leisure, recreation, relaxation, repose, rest, vacation. Idleness. Start of a new word, yet. Yet. Synonyms: besides, further, hitherto, now, still, thus far. Yet and still have many closely related senses, and, with verbs of past time, are often interchangeable. We may say, while he was yet a child, or while he was still a child. Yet, like still, often applies to past action or state extending to and including the present time, especially when joined with as. We can say, he is feeble as yet, or he is still feeble, with scarcely appreciable difference of meaning, except that the former statement implies somewhat more of expectation than the latter. Yet with a negative applies to completed action, often replacing a positive statement with still. He is not gone yet is nearly the same as he is here still. Yet has a reference to the future which still does not share. We may be successful yet implies that success may begin at some future time. We may be successful still implies that we may continue to enjoy in the future such success as we are winning now. Start of a new word, youthful. Youthful. Synonyms: adolescent, callow, childlike, immature, puerile, boyish, childish, girlish, juvenile, young. Boyish, childish, and girlish are used in a good sense of those to whom they properly belong, but in a bad sense of those from whom more maturity is to be expected. Childish eagerness or glee is pleasing in a child, but unbecoming in a man. Puerile in modern use is distinctly contemptuous. Juvenile and youthful are commonly used in a favorable and kindly sense in their application to those still young, youthful in the sense of having the characteristics of youth, hence fresh, vigorous, light-hearted, buoyant, may have a favorable import as applied to any age, as when we say the old man still retains his youthful ardor, vigor, or hopefulness. Juvenile in such use would belittle the statement. Young is distinctively applied to those in the early stage of life or not arrived at maturity. Compare new. Antonyms: compare synonyms for old. Suggestions to the teacher. The following exercises have been prepared expressly and solely to accompany the preceding text in which the distinctions of synonyms have been carefully pointed out. It is not expected, intended, or desired that the questions should be answered or the blanks in the examples supplied offhand. In such study nothing can be worse than guesswork. Hence, leading questions have been avoided, and the order of synonyms given in Part 1 has frequently been departed from or reversed in Part 2. To secure the study of Part 1, before coming into class, pupils should not be allowed to open it during recitation, unless on rare occasions to settle doubtful or disputed points. The very best method will be found to be to have the examples included in the lesson, with any others that may be added, copied on the blackboard before recitation, and no books brought into class. The teacher should make a thorough study of the subject, not only mastering what is given in Part 1, but going beyond the necessarily brief statements there given, and consulting the ultimate authorities, the best dictionaries and the works of the best speakers and writers. For the latter purpose a good cyclopedia of quotations, like the Hoyt, will be found very helpful. The teacher should so study out the subject as to be distinctly in advance of the class and able to speak authoritatively. Such independent study will be found intensely interesting, and can be made delightful and even fascinating to any intelligent class. In answer to questions calling for definitive statement, the teacher should insist upon the very words of the text, unless the pupil can give in his own words what is manifestly as good. This will often be found not easy to do. Definition by synonym should be absolutely forbidden. Reasonable questions should be encouraged, but the class should not be allowed to become a debating society. The meaning of English words is not a matter of conjecture, and all disputed points should be promptly referred to the dictionary, usually to be looked up after the recitation, and considered, if need be, at the next recitation. The majority of them will not need to be referred to again, as the difficulties will simply represent an inferior usage which the dictionary will brush aside. One great advantage of synonym study is to exterminate colloquialisms. The class should be encouraged to bring quotations from first-class authors with blanks to be filled, such quotations being held authoritative, though not infallible, also quotations from the best newspapers, periodicals, speeches, etc., with words underlined for criticism, such quotations being held open to revision upon consultation of authorities. The change of usage, whereby that may be correct today which would not have been so at an earlier period, should be carefully noted, but always upon the authority of an approved dictionary. The examples have been in great part selected from the best literature, and all others carefully prepared for this work. Hence, an appropriate word to fill each blank can always be found by careful study of the corresponding group of synonyms. In a few instances, either of two words would appropriately fill a blank and yield a good sense. In such case, either should be accepted as correct, but the resulting difference of meaning should be clearly pointed out. Part 2. Questions and examples. Start of a new word, abandon. Abandon. Questions. 1. To what objects or classes of objects does abandon apply? Abdicate? Cede? Quit? Resign? Surrender? 2. Is abandon used in the favorable or unfavorable sense? Desert favorable or unfavorable? Forsake? 3. What does abandon commonly denote a previous relationship? Forsake? Examples. The soldiers his standard in such numbers that the commander found it necessary to the enterprise. France was compelled to Alsace and Lorraine to Germany. In the height of his power, Charles V, the throne. Finding resistance vain, the defenders agreed to the fortress. To the surprise of his friends, Senator Conkling suddenly his office. At the stroke of the bell, the men instantly work. Start of a new word, abase. Abase. Questions. 1. How does abase differ from debase? Humble from humiliate? Degrade from disgrace? Examples. To provide funds, the king resolved to the coinage. He came from the scene of his disgrace, haughty and defiant, but not. The officer who had himself by cowardice was to the ranks. Only the base in spirit will themselves before wealth, rank, and power. The messenger was so that no heed was paid to his message. Start of a new word, abash. Abash. Questions. 1. What has the effect to make one abashed? 2. How does confused differ from abash? 3. What do we mean when we say that a person is mortified? 4. Give an instance of the use of mortified where abashed could not be substituted. Why could not the words be interchanged? 5. Can one be daunted who is not abashed? 6. Is embarrass or mortify the stronger word? Give instances. Examples. The peasant stood in the royal presence. The numerous questions the witness. The speaker was for a moment, but quickly recovered himself. At the revelation of such depravity, I was utterly. When sensible of his error, the visitor was deeply. Start of a new word, abbreviation. Abbreviation. Questions. 1. Is an abbreviation always a contraction? 2. Is a contraction always an abbreviation? Give instances. 3. Can we have an abbreviation of a book, paragraph, or sentence? What can be abbreviated? And what abridged? Examples. The treatise was already so brief that it did not admit of. The doctor is used both for doctor and debtor. FRS isn't of the title Fellow of the Royal Society. Start of a new word, abet. Abet. Questions. 1. Abet, incite, instigate. Which of these words are used in a good and which in a bad sense? 2. How does abet differ from incite and instigate as to the time of the action? 3. Which of the three words apply to persons and which to actions? Give instances of the use of abet, instigate, incite. Examples. To further his own schemes, he the viceroy to rebel against the king. To a crime may be worse than to originate it, as arguing less excitement and more calculation and cowardice. The prosecution was evidently malicious, by envy and revenge. And you that do him in this kind cherish rebellion, and are rebels all. Start of a new word, abhor. Abhor. Questions. 1. Which is the stronger word, abhor or despise? 2. What does abhor denote? 3. How does Archbishop Trench illustrate the difference between abhor and shun? 4. What does detest express? 5. What does loathe imply? Is it physical or moral in its application? 6. Give illustrations of the appropriate uses of the above words. Examples. He had sunk to such degradation as to be utterly by all good men. Such weakness can only be. Talebearers and backbiters are everywhere. That which is evil, cleave to that which is good. Start of a new word, abide. Abide. Questions. 1. What limit of time is expressed by abide? By lodge? By live, dwell, reside? 2. What is the meaning of sojourn? 3. Should we say one is stopping or staying at a hotel? And why? 4. Give examples of the extended, and of the limited use of abide. Examples. One generation passeth away and another generation cometh, but the earth forever. And there were in the same country shepherds in the field, keeping watch over their flock by night. So great was the crowd of visitors that many were compelled to in the neighboring villages. He is at the Albemarle. He has 40 years in the same house. By faith he in the land of promise, as in a strange country. Start of a new word, abolish. Abolish. Questions. 1. Is abolish used of persons or material objects? 2. Of what is it used? Give examples. 3. What does annihilate signify? Is it stronger or weaker than abolish? 4. What terms do we use for doing away with laws, and how do those terms differ among themselves? 5. What are the differences between overthrow, suppress, and subvert? Especially between the last two of those words? 6. How does prohibit differ from abolish? 7. What word do we especially use of putting an end to a nuisance? 8. What other words of this class are especially referred to? 9. Give some antonyms of abolish. Examples. The one great endeavor of Buddhism is to sorrow. Modern science seems to show conclusively that matter is never. The law, which had long been by the revolutionists, was at last by the legislature. The ancient statute was found to have been by later enactments, though never formally. The Supreme Court the adverse decision of the inferior tribunal. Even in a republic, sedition should be promptly, or it may result in the free institutions. From the original settlement of Vineland, New Jersey, the sale of intoxicating liquor has been. Start of a new word, abomination. Abomination. Questions. 1. To what was abomination originally applied? 2. Does it refer to a state of mind or to some act or other object of thought? 3. How does abomination differ from aversion or disgust? 4. How does an abomination differ from an offense? From crime in general? Examples. After the ship began to pitch and roll, we could not look upon food without. It is time that such a should be abetted. Capital punishment was formerly inflicted in England for trivial. In spite of their high attainments in learning and art, the foulest were prevalent among the Greeks and Romans of classic antiquity. Start of a new word, abridgment. Abridgment. Questions. 1. How does an abridgment differ from an outline or a synopsis? From an abstract or digest? 2. How does an abstract or digest differ from an outline or a synopsis? 3. Does an analysis of a treatise deal with what is expressed, or with what is implied? 4. What words may we use to express a condensed view of a subject, whether derived from a previous publication or not? Examples. The New Testament may be regarded as an of religion. There are several excellent of English literature. An of the decision of the court was published in all the leading papers. The publishers determined to issue an of their dictionary. Such as US for United States should be rarely used, unless in hasty writing or technical works. Start of a new word, absolute. Absolute. Questions. 1. What does absolute in the strict sense denote? Supreme? 2. To what are these words in such sense properly applied? 3. How are they used in a modified sense? 4. Is arbitrary ever used in a good sense? What is the chief use? Give examples. 5. How does autocratic differ from arbitrary? Both these words from despotic? Despotic from tyrannical? 6. Is irresponsible good or bad in its implication? Arbitrary? Imperative? Imperious? Peremptory? Positive? Authoritative? Examples. God alone is and. The Tsar of Russia is an ruler. Power tends always to be in its exercise. On all questions of law in the United States the decision of the court is and final. Learning of the attack on our seamen, the government sent in demand for apology and indemnity. Man's will and intellect have given him dominion over all other creatures on the earth, so that they are either subjugated or exterminated. Start of a new word, absolve. Absolve. Questions. 1. What is the original sense of absolve? 2. To what does it apply? 3. What is its special sense when used with reference to sins? 4. How does it differ from acquit? Forgive? Justify? Pardon? 5. What are the chief antonyms of absolve? Examples. No power under heaven can a man from his personal responsibility. When the facts were known, he was of all blame. Start of a new word, absorb. Absorb. Questions. 1. When is a fluid said to be absorbed? 2. Is the substance of the absorbing body changed by that which it absorbs? Give instances. 3. How does consume differ from absorb? 4. Give instances of the distinctive uses of engross, swallow, imbibe, and absorb in the figurative sense. 5. What is the difference between absorb and emit? Absorb and radiate? Examples. Though the fuel was rapidly within the furnace, very little heat was from the outer surface. In setting steel rails special provision must be made for their expansion under the influence of the heat that they. Jip stood on the table and barked at Traddles so persistently that he may be said to have the conversation. Start of a new word, abstinence. Abstinence. Questions. 1. How does abstinence differ from abstemiousness? From self-denial? 2. What is temperance regarding things lawful and worthy? Regarding things vicious and injurious? 3. What is the more exact term for the proper course regarding evil indulgences? Examples. He was so moderate in his desires that it seemed to cost him no. Among the Anglo-Saxons the idea of universal and total from all intoxicants is little more than a century old. Start of a new word, abstract. Abstract. Abstracted questions. 1. What is the difference between abstract and separate? Between discriminate and distinguish, see, 2. How does abstract, when said of the mind, differ from divert? From distract? 3. How do abstracted, absorbed, and preoccupied differ from absent-minded? 4. Can one who is preoccupied be said to be listless or thoughtless? One who is absent-minded? Examples. He was so with these perplexities as to be completely of his surroundings. The busy student may be excused if, in the merely or it is intolerable. The power to one idea from all its associations and view it alone is the mark of a philosophical mind. Numerous interruptions in the midst of occupations had made him almost. See note. See these words under discern as referred to at the end of the paragraph on abstract in Part 1. The pupil should be instructed, in all cases, to look up and read over the synonyms referred to by the words in small capitals at the end of the paragraph in Part 1. Start of a new word, absurd. Absurd. Questions. 1. What is the difference between absurd and paradoxical? 2. What are the distinctions between irrational, foolish, and silly? 3. What is the especial implication in unreasonable? 4. How do monstrous and preposterous compare with absurd? 5. What is the especial element common to the ludicrous, the ridiculous, and the nonsensical? 6. What are some chief antonyms of absurd? Examples. A statement may be disproved by deducing logically from it a conclusion that is. Carlyle delighted in utterances. The hatred of the Jews in the Middle Ages led the populace to believe the most slanders concerning them. I attempted to dissuade him from the plan, but found him altogether. Many of his arguments were so as to be positively. Start of a new word, abuse. Abuse. Questions. 1. To what does abuse apply? 2. How does abuse differ from damage, as in the case of rented property, e.g.? 3. How does abuse differ from harm? 4. What words of this group are used in a bad sense? 5. Is reproach good or bad? 6. How do persecute and oppress differ? 7. Do misemploy, misuse, and pervert apply to persons or things? To which does abuse apply? Examples. The tenant shall not the property beyond reasonable wear. Intellectual gifts make the dangerous villain. In his rage he began to end all who had formerly been his friends. To be for doing right can never really a true man. In no way has man his fellow man more cruelly than by him for his religious belief. Start of a new word, accessory. Accessory. Questions. 1. Which words of this group are used in a good, and which in a bad sense? 2. Which are indifferently either good or bad? 3. To what does ally generally apply? Colleague? 4. How does an associate compare in rank with a principal? 5. Is assistant or attendant the higher word? How do both these words compare with associate? 6. In what sense are follower, henchman, and retainer used? Partner? 7. What is the legal distinction between abettor and accessory? 8. To what is accomplice nearly equivalent? Which is the preferred legal term? Examples. The senator differed with his in this matter. The baron rode into town with a great array of armed. France and Russia seem to have become firm. The call to the fore a fresh bandage. All persons, but especially the young, should take the greatest care in the choice of their. As he was not present at the actual commission of the crime, he was held to be only an and not an. Start of a new word, accident. Accident. Questions. 1. What is the difference between accident and chance? 2. How does incident differ from both? 3. What is the special significance of fortune? 4. How does it differ in usage from chance? 5. How are accident, misadventure, and mishap distinguished? Examples. Gambling clings almost inseparably to games of. Bruises and contusions are regarded as ordinary of the cavalry service. The prudent man is careful not to tempt too far. The misplacement of the switch caused a terrible. Great thoughts and high purposes keep one from being greatly disturbed by the little of daily life. Start of a new word, acquaintance. Acquaintance. Questions. 1. What does acquaintance between persons imply? 2. How does acquaintance differ from companionship? Acquaintance from friendship? From intimacy? 3. How does fellowship differ from friendship? Examples. A public speaker becomes known to many persons whom he does not know, but who are ready promptly to claim with him. The of life must bring us into with many who cannot be admitted within the inner circle of. The of school and college life often develop into the most beautiful and enduring. Between those most widely separated by distance of place and time, by language, station, occupation, and creed, there may yet be true of soul. Start of a new word, acrimony. Acrimony. Questions. 1. How does acerbity differ from asperity? Asperity from acrimony? 2. How is acrimony distinguished from malignity? Malignity from virulence? 3. What is implied in the use of the word severity? Examples. A certain of speech had become habitual with him. To this ill-timed request, he answered with sudden. A constant sense of injustice may deepen into a settled. This smooth and pleasing address veiled a deep. Great will be patiently borne if the sufferer is convinced of its essential justice. Start of a new word, act. ACT. Questions. 1. How is act distinguished from action? From deed? 2. Which of the words in this group necessarily imply an external effect? Which may be wholly mental? Examples. He who does the truth will need no instruction as to individual s is the truth of thought. The is done. Start of a new word, active. Active. Questions. 1. With what two sets of words is active allied? 2. How does active differ from busy? From industrious? 3. How do active and restless compare? 4. To what sort of activity does officious refer? 6. What are some chief antonyms of active? Examples. Being of indisposition and without settled purpose or definite occupation, she became as a hornet. He had his days and hours, but could never be properly said to be. An attendant instantly seized upon my baggage. The true student is from the mere love of learning, independently of its rewards. Start of a new word, acumen. Acumen. Questions. 1. How do sharpness, acuteness, penetration, and insight compare with acumen? 2. What is the special characteristic of acumen? To what order of mind does it belong? 3. What is sagacity? Is it attributed to men or brutes? 4. What is perspicacity? 5. What is shrewdness? Is it ordinarily good or evil? 6. Give illustrations of the uses of the above words as regards the possessors of the corresponding qualities. Examples. The treatise displays great critical. The Indians had developed a practical that enabled them to follow a trail by scarcely perceptible signs almost as unerringly as the hound by scent. Start of a new word, add. ADD. Questions. 1. How is add related to increase? How does it differ from multiply? 2. What does augment signify? Of what is it ordinarily used? 3. To what does amplify apply? 4. In what ways may a discourse or treatise be amplified? Examples. Care to our coffin and nail no doubt, and every grin, so merry, draws one out. Up at night, what thou hast done by day, and in the morning what thou hast to do. Start of a new word, address. Address. Questions. 1. What does accost always signify? Greet? Hail? 2. How does salute differ from accost or greet? Address? 3. What is it to apostrophize? Examples. The pale snowdrop is springing to the glowing sun. To the chief who in triumph advances. His faithful dog the smiling guest. Ye heroes! Heaven-born band! who fought and died in freedom's cause. Start of a new word, address. Address. Questions. 1. What is address in the sense here considered? 2. What is tact? 3. What qualities are included in address? Examples. And the tear that is wiped with a little may be followed perhaps by a smile. The of doing doth express no other but the doer's willingness. I have very poor and unhappy brains for drinking, I could wish would invent some other custom of entertainment. Start of a new word, adequate. Adequate. Questions. 1. What do adequate, commensurate, and sufficient alike signify? How does commensurate specifically differ from the other two words? Give examples. 2. To what do adapted, fit, suitable, and qualified refer? 3. Is satisfactory a very high recommendation of any work? Why? 4. Is able or capable the higher word? Illustrate. Examples. We know not of what we are till the trial comes. Indeed, left nothing for your purpose untouched, slightly handled, in discourse. Start of a new word, adherent. Adherent. Questions. 1. What is an adherent? 2. How does an adherent differ from a supporter? From a disciple? 3. How do both the above words differ from ally? 4. Has partisan a good or a bad sense, and why? 5. Is it well to speak of a supporter as a backer? Examples. Also of your own selves shall men arise speaking perverse things to draw away us after them. Woman is woman's natural. Self-defense compelled the European nations to be us against Napoleon. The deposed monarch was found to have a strong body of s. Start of a new word, adjacent. Adjacent. Questions. 1. What is the difference between adjacent and adjoining? Contiguous? Conterminous? 2. What distance is? Implied and near? Neighboring? 3. What does next always imply? 4. Give antonyms of adjacent, near. Examples. Stronger by weakness, wiser men become, as they draw to their eternal home. Start of a new word, admire. Admire. Questions. 1. In what sense was admire formerly used? What does it now express? 2. How does admire compare with revere? Venerate? Adore? Give instances of the use of these words. Examples. The beautiful are sure to be. Henceforth the majesty of God, fear him, and you have nothing else to fear. I value science, none can prize it more, it gives 10,000 motives to, be it religious, as it ought to be, the heart it humbles, and it bows the knee. Start of a new word, adorn. Adorn. Questions. 1. How does adorn differ from ornament? From garnish? From deck or bedeck? From decorate? Examples. At church, with meek and unaffected grace, his looks the venerable place. The red breast oft, at evening hours, shall kindly lend his little aid, with hoary moss, and gathered flowers, to the ground where thou art laid. Start of a new word, affront. Affront. Questions. 1. What is it to affront? 2. How does affront compare with insult? With tease? Annoy? Examples. It is safer to some people than to oblige them, for the better a man deserves, the worse they will speak of him. Oh, rather give me commentators plain, who with no deep researches the brain. The petty desire to is simply a perversion of the human love of power. They rush to meet the foe. Start of a new word, agent. Agent. Questions. 1. How does agent in the philosophical sense compare with mover or doer? 2. What different sense has it in business usage? Examples. That morality may mean anything, man must be held to be a free. The decline to take the responsibility in the absence of the owner. Start of a new word, agree. Agree. Questions. 1. How do concur and coincide differ in range of meaning? How with reference to expression and action? 2. How does exceed compare with consent? 3. Which is the most general word of this group? Examples. A woman's lot is made for her by the love she. My poverty, but not my will. Start of a new word, agriculture. Agriculture. Questions. 1. What does agriculture include? How does it differ from farming? 2. What is gardening? Floriculture? Horticulture? Examples. Loan oft loses both itself and friend, and borrowing dulls the edge of. A field becomes exhausted by constant. Start of a new word, aim. Aim. Questions. 1. What is an aim? How does it differ from mark? From goal? 2. How do end and object compare? 3. To what does aspiration apply? How does it differ in general from design, endeavor, or purpose? 4. How does purpose compare with intention? 5. What is design? Examples. In deeds of daring rectitude, in scorn for miserable that end with self. Oh, yet we trust that somehow good will be the final of ill. How quickly nature falls into revolt, when gold becomes her. It is not, but ambition that is the mother of misery in man. Start of a new word, air. Air. Questions. 1. What is air in the sense here considered? 2. How does air differ from appearance? 3. What is the difference between expression and look? 4. What is the sense of bearing? Carriage? 5. How does mean differ from air? 6. What does demeanor include? Examples. I never, with important, in conversation overbear. Vice is a monster of so frightful, as, to be hated, needs but to be seen. Grief fills the room up of my absent child, lies in his bed, walks up and down with me, puts on his pretty, repeats his words. Start of a new word, airy. Airy. Questions. 1. How does airy agree with and differ from aerial? Give instances of the uses of the two words. 2. What does ethereal signify? Sprightly? 3. Are lively and animated used in the favorable or unfavorable sense? Examples. Tongues that syllable men's names, on sands and shores and desert wildernesses. The mold incapable of stain, would soon expel her mischief, and purge off the baser fire, victorious. Society became my glittering bride, and hopes my children. Soft o'er the shrouds whispers breathe, that seemed but zephyrs to the train beneath. Start of a new word, alarm. Alarm. Questions. 1. What is the derivation and distinctive meaning of alarm? 2. What do affright and fright express? Give an illustration of the contrasted terms. 3. How are apprehension, disquietude, dread, and misgiving related to the danger that excites them? 4. What are consternation, dismay, and terror, and how are they related to the danger? 5. What is timidity? Start of a new word, alert. Alert. Questions. 1. To what do alert, wide awake, and ready refer? 2. How does ready differ from alert? From prepared? 3. What does prompt signify? 4. What is the secondary meaning of alert? Examples. To be for war is one of the most effectual ways of preserving peace. He who is not today will be less so tomorrow. Thus ending loudly, as he would o'erleap his destiny, he stood. Start of a new word, alien. Alien. A and N. Questions. 1. How does alien differ from foreign? 2. Is a foreigner by birth necessarily an alien? 3. Are the people of one country while residing in their own land foreigners or aliens to the people of other lands? 4. How can one residing in a foreign country cease to be an alien in that country? 5. How do foreign and alien differ in their figurative use? Examples. By hands thy dying eyes were closed. By hands thy humble grave adorned, by strangers honored and by strangers mourned. What is religion? Not a inhabitant, nor something to our nature, which comes and takes up its abode in the soul. From the commonwealth of Israel and from the covenants of promise. Start of a new word, alike. Alike. Questions. 1. How does alike compare with similar? With identical? 2. What is the distinction often made between equal and equivalent? 3. What is the sense of analogous? Compare synonyms for analogy. 4. In what sense is homogeneous used? Examples. Sometimes gentle, sometimes capricious, sometimes awful, never the 2 moments together. Fashioned for himself, a bride, and taken from his side. Start of a new word, allay. Allay. Questions. 1. What is the distinction between allay and alleviate? Which word implies a partial removal of the cause of suffering, or an actual lightening of the burden? 2. With which of the above words are we to class appease, pacify, soothe, and the like? 3. With what words is alleviate especially to be grouped? See synonyms for alleviate. Examples. Such songs have power to the restless pulse of care, and come like the benediction that follows after prayer. Many a word, at random spoken may or wound a heart that's broken. Start of a new word, allege. Allege. Questions. 1. Which is the primary and which the secondary word, allege or adduce? Why? 2. How much of certainty is implied in allege? 3. How much does one admit when he speaks of an alleged fact, document, signature, or the like? Examples. In many cases of haunted houses, the spirits have not ventured to face an armed man who has passed the night there. I can not one thing and mean another. If I can't pray I will not make believe. Start of a new word, allegory. Allegory. Questions. 1. How does allegory compare with simile? Simile with metaphor? 2. What are the distinctions between allegory, fable, and parable? 3. Under what general term are all these included? 4. To what is fiction now most commonly applied? Examples. In argument are like songs in love, they much describe, they nothing prove. And he spake many things unto the men, saying, Behold, a sower went forth to sow. Start of a new word, alleviate. Alleviate. Questions. 1. How does alleviate differ from relieve? From remove? 2. Is alleviate used of persons? 3. What are the special significations of abate? Assuage? Mitigate? Moderate? 4. How does alleviate compare with allay? Compare synonyms for allay. Examples. To pity distress is but human, to it is godlike. But, oh! What mighty magician can a woman's envy? Start of a new word, alliance. Alliance. Questions. 1. What is an alliance? How does it differ from partnership? From coalition? From league? 2. How does a confederacy or federation differ from a union? Examples. The 2 nations formed an offensive and defensive against the common enemy. Till the war drum throbbed no longer, and the battle flags were furled, in the parliament of man, the of the world. Business are the warrant for the existence of trade. Start of a new word, allot. Allot. Questions. 1. Does allot refer to time, place, or person? 2. To what does appoint refer? Assign? 3. How does destined differ from appoint? 4. How does award differ from allot, appoint, and assign? Examples. Man hath his daily work of body or mind. He hath the moon for seasons, the sun knoweth his going down. The king is but as the hind. who may not wander from the field before his work be done. Start of a new word, allow. Allow. Questions. 1. What is the difference between allow and permit? Between a permit and permission? 2. What instances can you give of the use of these words, also of tolerate and submit? 3. What does yield imply? Examples. Frederick the Austrians to cross the mountains that he might attack them on a field of his own choosing. The cruelty and envy of the people by our dastard nobles, who have all forsook me, hath devoured the rest. State churches have ever been unwilling to dissent. Start of a new word, allude. Allude. Questions. 1. What is the distinctive sense of allude? Of advert? Of refer? 2. How do the above words compare with mention as to explicitness? 3. How do hint and insinuate differ? Examples. Late in the 18th century Cooper did not venture to do more than to the great allegorist, Bunyan, saying, I name thee not, lest so despised a name should move a sneer at thy deserved fame. Start of a new word, allure. Allure. Questions. 1. What is it to allure? 2. How does allure differ from attract? From lure? 3. What does coax express? 4. What is it to cajole? To decoy? To inveigle? 5. How does seduce differ from tempt? 6. Is when used in the favorable or unfavorable sense? Examples. The ruddy square of comfortable light him, as the beacon blaze the bird of passage. But Satan now is wiser than of yore, and by making rich, not making poor. He had a strange gift of friends, and of the love of women. Start of a new word, also. Also. Questions. 1. Into what two groups are the synonyms for also naturally divided? 2. Which words simply add a fact or thought? 3. Which distinctly imply that what is added is like that to which it is added? Examples. Thine to work to pray, clearing thorny wrongs away, plucking up the weeds of sin, letting heaven's warm sunshine in. Start of a new word, alternative. Alternative. Questions. 1. What is the difference between choice and alternative in the strict use of language? 2. Is alternative always so severely restricted by leading writers? 3. What do choice, pick, election, and preference imply regarding one's wishes? Alternative? Resources? Examples. Homer delights to call Ulysses the man of many. Start of a new word, amass. Amass. Questions. 1. What is it to amass? 2. How is amass distinguished from accumulate? 3. Is interest amassed or accumulated? 4. How does hoard differ from store? Examples. By daring and successful speculation, he a prodigious fortune. The sum was the savings of an industrious and frugal life. Oh, to what purpose dost thou thy words, that thou returnest no greeting to thy friends? Start of a new word, amateur. Amateur. Questions. 1. What is the difference between amateur and connoisseur? Between connoisseur and critic? 2. Which word carries a natural implication of superficialness? 3. How do novice and tyro differ from amateur? Examples. He was in logic a great profoundly skilled and analytic, he could distinguish, and divide a hair twixt south and southwest side. The greatest works in poetry, painting, and sculpture have not been done by the mere who produces nothing, and whose business is only to judge and enjoy. Start of a new word, amazement. Amazement. Questions. 1. What do amazement and astonishment agree in expressing? 2. How do the two words differ? 3. What is the meaning of awe? Of admiration? 4. How does surprise differ from astonishment and amazement? 5. What are the characteristics of wonder? Examples. 'Twas while he toiled him to be freed, and with the rein to raise the steed, that, from iron trance, all Wycliffe's soldiers waked at once. Can such things be, and overcome us like a summer's cloud, without our special? The fool of nature stood with stupid eyes and gaping mouth that testified. Start of a new word, ambition. Ambition. Questions. 1. What two senses has ambition? 2. How does ambition differ from aspiration? Which is the higher word? 3. What is the distinctive sense of emulation? 4. Has emulation a good side? How does it compare with aspiration? Examples. Cromwell, I charge thee, fling away by that sin, fell the angels. Envy, to which ignoble mind's a slave, is in the learned or brave. I have no spur to prick the sides of my intent, but only vaulting. Start of a new word, amend. Amend. Questions. 1. What is it to amend? 2. How do advance, better, and improve differ from amend? 3. Are these words applied to matters decidedly bad, foul, or evil? 4. What is the difference between amend and amend? Examples. Return ye now every man from his evil way, and your doings. The construction here is difficult, and the text at this point has been variously. Human characters and conditions never reach such perfection that they cannot be. Start of a new word, amiable. Amiable. Questions. 1. To what does lovely often apply? 2. To what does amiable always apply? 3. How do agreeable, attractive, and charming differ from amiable? Give examples. 4. Is a good-natured person necessarily agreeable? An amiable person? Examples. His life was, and the elements so mixed in him, that nature might stand up and say to all the world, this was a man. The east is blossoming. Yea, a rose, vast as the heavens, soft as a kiss, as the presence of woman is. Start of a new word, analogy. Analogy. Questions. 1. What is the specific meaning of analogy? 2. What is affinity? Coincidence? 3. Does coincidence necessarily involve resemblance or likeness? 4. What is parity of reasoning? 5. What is a similitude? 6. How do resemblance and similarity differ from analogy? Examples. The two boys bore close to each other. It is not difficult to trace the home to the state. Start of a new word, anger. Anger. Questions. 1. What are the especial characteristics of anger? How does it differ from indignation? Exasperation? Rage? Wrath? Ire? Examples. My enemy has long borne me a feeling of. Christ was filled with at the hypocrisy of the Jews. I was overcome by a sudden feeling of. Start of a new word, animal. Animal. Questions. 1. What is an animal? A brute? A beast? 2. Is man an animal? 3. What is implied if we speak of any particular man as an animal? A brute? A beast? 4. What forms of existence does the word creature include? 5. What are the animals of a country or region collectively called? Examples. It is only within the last half-century that societies have been organized for the prevention of cruelty to. Oh, that men should put an enemy in their mouths to steal away their brains. That we should with joy, pleasance, revel, and applause, transform ourselves into. Take A out of his instinct, and you find him wholly deprived of understanding. Spurning manhood and its joys to loot, to be a lawless, lazy, sensual. Start of a new word, announce. Announce. Questions. 1. What is it to announce? 2. Does it apply chiefly to the past or the future? 3. To what is advertised chiefly applied? Propound? Promulgate? Publish? Examples. The Sphinx its riddles with life and death depending on the answer. Through the rare felicity of the times you are permitted to think what you please and to what you please. The songs of birds and the wild flowers in the woodlands, the coming of spring. Start of a new word, answer. Answer. Questions. 1. What is a verbal answer? 2. In what wider sense is answer used? 3. What is a reply? A rejoinder? 4. How does an answer to a charge, an argument, or the like, differ from a reply or rejoinder? 5. What is the special quality of a response? 6. What is a retort? How does it differ from repartee? Examples. I can no other make, but thanks. There's not to make, there's not to reason why, there's but to do and die. Upon thy princely warrant I descend, to give thee of thy just demand. He could not be content without finding a in nature to every mood of his mind, and he does find it. A man renowned for will seldom scruple to make free with friendship's honest feeling. Nothing is so easy and inviting as the of abuse and sarcasm, but it is a paltry and unprofitable contest. Start of a new word, anticipate. Anticipate. Anticipation questions. 1. What are the two contrasted senses of anticipate? 2. Which is now the more common? 3. How does anticipate differ from expect? From hope? From apprehend? 4. How does anticipation differ from presentiment? From apprehension? From foreboding? 5. What special element is involved in foretaste? How do foresight and forethought go beyond the meaning of anticipation? Examples. Then some leaped overboard with fearful yell, as eager to their grave. England every man to do his duty. These are portents, but yet I hope, they do not point on me. If I know your sect, I your argument. The happy of a renewed existence in company with the spirits of the just. Start of a new word, antipathy. Antipathy. Questions. 1. How is antipathy to be distinguished from dislike? From antagonism? From aversion? 2. What is uncongeniality? How does it differ from antipathy? Which is positive? And which negative? Examples. Christianity is the solvent of all race. From my soul I loathe all affectation, 'tis my perfect scorn, object of my implacable. Start of a new word, antique. Antique. Questions. 1. To what does antique refer? Antiquated? 2. Is the difference between them a matter of time? Give examples. 3. Can a modern building be antiquated? Can it be antique? 4. What is the significance of quaint? Examples. My copper lamps, at any rate, for being true, I bought. I do love these ruins, we never tread upon them but we set our foot upon some reverend history. Start of a new word, anxiety. Anxiety. Questions. 1. What is anxiety in the primary sense? Is it mental or physical? 2. How does anxiety differ from anguish? 3. What kind of possibility does anxiety always suggest? 4. How does it differ from apprehension, fear, dread, etc., in this regard? 5. What is worry? Fretfulness? 6. Does perplexity involve anxiety? Examples. Yield not to the future, weep not for the past. Superstition invested the slightest incidents of life with needless. Is harder than work, and far less profitable. Start of a new word, apathy. Apathy. Questions. 1. What is apathy? 2. How does it differ from the Saxon word unfeelingness? From indifference? From insensibility? From unconcern? 3. How does Stoicism differ from apathy? Examples. In lazy let Stoics boast their virtue fixed, 'tis fixed as in a frost. At length the morn and cold came. He sank into a from which it was impossible to arouse him. Start of a new word, apology. Apology. Questions. 1. What change of meaning has apology undergone? 2. What does an apology now always imply? 3. How does an apology differ from an excuse? 4. Which of these words may refer to the future? 5. How does confession differ from apology? Examples. Only account for that which they do not alter. Beauty is its own forebeing. There is no refuge from but suicide, and suicide is. Start of a new word, apparent. Apparent. Questions. 1. What two contrasted senses arise from the root meaning of apparent? 2. What is implied when we speak of apparent kindness or apparent neglect? 3. How do presumable and probable differ? 4. What implication is conveyed in seeming? What do we suggest when we speak of seeming innocence? Examples. It is not that the students will attempt to break the rules again. It is not yet what his motive could have been in committing such an offense. It is that something has been omitted which was essential to complete the construction. Start of a new word, appetite. Appetite. Questions. 1. Of what kind of demands or impulses is appetite ordinarily used? 2. What demands or tendencies are included in passion? 3. What is implied by passions and appetites when used as contrasted terms? Examples. Govern well thy, lest sin surprise thee, and her black attendant death. Take heed lest sway thy judgment to do aught which else free will would not admit. Start of a new word, apportion. Apportion. Questions. 1. What is the special significance of apportion by which it is distinguished from allot, assign, distribute, or divide? 2. What is the significance of dispense in the transitive use? 3. What is it to appropriate? Examples. Representatives are among the several states according to the population. The treasure was and their shares duly among the captors. Start of a new word, approximation. Approximation. Questions. 1. What is an approximation in the mathematical sense? 2. How close an approach to exactness and certainty does approximation imply? 3. How does approximation differ from resemblance and similarity? From approach? 4. How does approximation, as regards the class of objects to which it is applied, differ from nearness, neighborhood, or propinquity? Examples. We have to be content with to a solution. Without faith, there is no real to God. Wit consists in knowing the of things which differ, and the difference of things which are alike. Start of a new word, arms. Arms. Questions. 1. What is the difference between arms and armor? 2. In what connection is armor used in modern warfare? Examples. On clashing braid horrible discord. There is constant rivalry between irresistible projectiles and impenetrable. Start of a new word, army. Army. Questions. 1. What are the essentials of an army? 2. Is an army large or small? 3. What term would be applied to a multitude of armed men without order or organization? 4. In what sense is host used? Legion? Examples. For there is a school in which the miser becomes generous, and the generous, prodigal, miserly soldiers are like monsters, but very rarely seen. The still discordant wavering. Start of a new word, arraign. Arraign. Questions. 1. To what kind of proceedings do indict and arraign apply? 2. How is one indicted? How arraigned? 3. How do these words differ from charge? Accuse? Censure? Examples. The criminal was for trial for his offenses. Religion does not or exclude unnumbered pleasures, harmlessly pursued. Start of a new word, artifice. Artifice. Questions. 1. What is an artifice? A device? Finesse? 2. In what sense are cheat, maneuver, and imposture always used? 3. In what sense is trick commonly used? 4. What is a fraud? 5. Is well used in a good or a bad sense? 6. Does the good or the bad sense commonly attach to the words artifice, contrivance, ruse, blind, device, and finesse? Examples. Those who cannot gain their ends by force naturally resort to. The enemy were decoyed from their defenses by a skillful. Quips and cranks and wanton, nods and becks and wreathed smiles. Whoever has even once become notorious by base, even if he speaks the truth, gains no belief. Start of a new word, artist. Artist. Questions. 1. What is an artist? An artisan? 2. What is an artificer? How related to artist and artisan? Examples. The power depends on the depth of the insight of that object he contemplates. Infuse into the purpose with which you follow the various employments and professions of life the sense of beauty, and you are transformed at once from an into an. If too many turn shopkeepers, the whole natural quantity of that business divided among them all may afford too small a share for each. Start of a new word, ask. Ask. Questions. 1. For what class of objects does one ask? For what does he beg? 2. How do entreat and beseech compare with ask? 3. What is the special sense of implore? Of supplicate? 4. How are crave and request distinguished? Pray and petition? 5. What kind of asking is implied in demand? In require? How do these two words differ from one another? Examples. We, ignorant of ourselves, often our own harms, which the wise powers deny us for our good, so we find profit, by losing of our prayers. The harvest truly is great, but the laborers are few, ye therefore the Lord of the harvest that he would send forth laborers into his harvest. Speak with me, pity me, open the door, a beggar that never begged before. Be not afraid to is right. If thou canst, with hope, but ever. Though hope be weak or sick with long delay, in the darkness, if there be no light. Start of a new word, associate. Associate. Questions. 1. What does associate imply, as used officially? What when used in popular language? 2. Do we speak of associates in crime or wrong? What words are preferred in such connection? See synonyms for accessory. 3. Is companion used in a good or bad sense? 4. How does it differ in use from associate? 5. What is the significance of peer? Comrade? Consort? Examples. His best, innocence and health, and his best riches, ignorance of wealth. That accepted Napoleon's abdication. The leader in the plot was betrayed by his. Start of a new word, assume. Assume. Questions. 1. Does assume apply to that which is rightfully or wrongfully taken? 2. In what use does assume correspond with arrogate and usurp? 3. How do arrogate and usurp differ from each other? How does assume differ from postulate as regards debate or reasoning of any kind? Examples. Wherefore do I these royalties, and not refuse to reign? A virtue if you have it not. For well we know no hand of blood and bone can gripe the sacred handle of our scepter, unless he do profane, steal, or. Start of a new word, assurance. Assurance. Questions. 1. What is assurance in the good sense? 2. What is assurance in the bad sense? 3. How does assurance compare with impudence? With effrontery? Examples. Let us draw near with a true heart and full of faith. Some wicked wits have libelled all the fair. With matchless they style a wife the dear-bought curse, and lawful plague of life. With brazen he denied the most indisputable facts. Start of a new word, astute. Astute. Questions. 1. From what language is acute derived? What is its distinctive sense? 2. From what language is keen derived? What does it distinctively denote? 3. From what language is astute derived, and what was its original meaning? 4. In present use, what does astute add to the meaning of acute or keen? 5. What does astute imply regarding the ulterior purpose or object of the person who is credited with it? Examples. You statesmen are so informing schemes. He taketh the wise in their own ness. The most reasoner may be deluded, when he practices sophistry upon himself. Start of a new word, attachment. Attachment. Questions. 1. What is attachment? How does it differ from adherence or adhesion? From affection? From inclination? From regard? Examples. Talk not of wasted, never was wasted. You do not weaken your 4-year family by cultivating S beyond its pale, but deepen and intensify it. Start of a new word, attack. Attack. Questions. 1. What special element is involved in the meaning of attack? 2. How do assail and assault differ? 3. What is it to encounter? How does this word compare with attack? How does attack differ from aggression? Examples. We see time's furrows on another's brow, and death entrenched, preparing his. How few themselves in that just mirror see. Whoever knew truth put to the worse in a free and open. Roger Williams. The spirit of intolerance, the doctrine of persecution, and never his persecutors. Start of a new word, attain. Attain. Questions. 1. What kind of a word is attain, and to what does it point? 2. How does attain differ from obtain? From achieve? 3. How does obtain differ from procure? Examples. The heights by great men and kept were not by sudden flight, but they, while their companions slept, were toiling upward in the night. Our doubts are traitors, and make us lose the good we oft might by fearing to attempt. Start of a new word, attitude. Attitude. Questions. 1. How does position as regards the human body differ from attitude, posture, or pose? 2. Do the 3 latter words apply to the living or the dead? 3. What is the distinctive sense of attitude? Is it conscious or unconscious? 4. How does posture differ from attitude? 5. What is the distinctive sense of pose? How does it differ from, and how does it agree with attitude and posture? Examples. The assumed indicated great indignation because of the insult implied. The was graceful and pleasing. Start of a new word, attribute. Attribute. Questions. 1. What suggestion is often involved in attribute? 2. How does attribute differ from refer and ascribe? 3. Is charge, in this connection, used in the favorable or unfavorable sense? Examples. Ye greatness unto our God. He unworthy motives which proved a groundless charge. Start of a new word, attribute. Attribute. Questions. 1. What is the derivation and the inherent meaning of quality? 2. What is an attribute? 3. Which of the above words expresses what necessarily belongs to the subject of which it is said to be an attribute or quality? 4. What is the derivation and distinctive sense of property? 5. How does property ordinarily differ from quality? 6. In what usage do property and quality become exact synonyms, and how are properties then distinguished? Examples. His scepter shows the force of temporal power, the to awe and majesty, wherein doth sit the dread and fear of kings. Nothing endures but personal s. Start of a new word, avaricious. Avaricious. Questions. 1. How do avaricious and covetous differ from miserly, niggardly, parsimonious, and penurious? 2. Of what matters are greedy and stingy used? How do they differ from each other? Examples. I am not for gold, nor care I who doth feed upon my cost, it yearns me not if men my garments wear. It is better to be content with such things as ye have than to become and in accumulating. Start of a new word, avenge. Avenge. Questions. 1. What is it to avenge? 2. How does avenge differ from revenge? 3. Which word would be used of an act of God? 4. Is retaliate used in the sense of avenge or of revenge? Examples. Oh, that the vain remorse, which must chastise crimes done, had but as loud a voice to warn as its keen sting is mortal too. I lost mine I laying the prize aboard, and therefore to it shalt thou die. Start of a new word, avow. Avow. Questions. 1. Which words of this group refer exclusively to one's own knowledge or action? 2. What is the distinctive sense of aver? Of avouch? Of avow? 3. How do avouch and avow differ from aver in construction? 4. Is avow used in a good or a bad sense? What does it imply of others' probable feeling or action? 5. How does avow compare with confess? Examples. And, but herself, no parallel. The child his fault and was pardoned by his parent. Start of a new word, awful. Awful. Questions. 1. To what matters should awful properly be restricted? 2. Is awful always interchangeable with alarming or terrible? With disagreeable or annoying? Examples. Then must it be an thing to die. The silent falling of the snow is to me one of the most things in nature. Start of a new word, awkward. Awkward. Questions. 1. What is the derivation and original meaning of awkward? Of clumsy? 2. To what, therefore, does awkward primarily refer? And to what clumsy? 3. Is a draft horse distinctively awkward or clumsy? 4. Give some metaphorical uses of awkward. Examples. Though he was kindly. The apprentice was not only, but, and had to be taught over and over again the same methods. The young girl stood in a way, looking in at the showy shop windows. Start of a new word, axiom. Axiom. Questions. 1. In what do axiom and truism agree? 2. In what do they differ? 3. How do they compare in interest and utility? Examples. It is almost in that those who do most for the heathen abroad are most liberal for the heathen at home. Trifling s clothed in great, swelling words of vanity. Start of a new word, babble. Babble. Questions. 1. To what class do most of the words in this group belong? Why are they so called? 2. What is the special significance of blab and blurt? How do they differ from each other in use? 3. What is chat? 4. How does prattling differ from chatting? 5. In what sense is jabber used? How does it compare with chatter? Examples. The crane, I said, may of the crane, the dove may of the dove. 2 women sat contentedly ing, one of them amusing a ing babe. Start of a new word, banish. Banish. Questions. 1. From what land may one be banished? From what expatriated or exiled? 2. By whom may one be said to be banished? By whom expatriated or exiled? 3. Which of these words is of widest import? Give examples of its metaphorical use. Start of a new word, bank. Bank. Questions. 1. What is a beach? A coast? 2. How does each of the above words differ from bank? 3. What is the distinctive sense of strand? In what style of writing is it most commonly used? 4. What are the distinctive senses of edge and brink? Start of a new word, banter. Banter. Questions. 1. What is banter? 2. How is badinage distinguished from banter? Raillery from both? 3. What is the distinctive sense of irony? 4. Is irony kindly or the reverse? Badinage? Banter? 5. What words of this group are distinctly hostile? 6. Is ridicule or derision the stronger word? What is the distinction between the two? Between satire and sarcasm? Between chaff, jeering, and mockery? Start of a new word, barbarous. Barbarous. Questions. 1. What is the meaning of barbarian? 2. What is the added significance of barbaric? 3. How does barbarous in general use differ from both the above words? 4. What special element is commonly implied in savage? 5. In what less opprobrious sense may barbarous and savage be used? Give instances. Examples. A multitude like which the populous north poured never from her frozen loins, to pass Rhine or the Danaa, when her sons came like a deluge on the south. Or when the gorgeous east, with richest hand, showers on her kings pearl and gold. It is most true, that a natural and secret hatred and aversion towards society, in any man, hath somewhat of the beast. Thou art bought and sold among those of any wit like a slave. Start of a new word, barrier. Barrier. Questions. 1. What is a bar? And what is its purpose? 2. What is a barrier? 3. Which word is ordinarily applied to objects of great extent? 4. Would a mountain range be termed a bar or a barrier? 5. What distinctive name is given to a mass of sand across the mouth of a river or harbor? Start of a new word, battle. Battle. Questions. 1. What is the general meaning of conflict? 2. What is a battle? 3. How long may a battle last? 4. On how many fields may one battle be fought? 5. How does engagement differ from battle? How does combat differ? Action? Skirmish? Fight? Start of a new word, beautiful. Beautiful. Questions. 1. What is necessary to constitute an object or a person beautiful? 2. Can beautiful be said of that which is harsh and ragged, however grand? 3. How is beautiful related to our powers of appreciation? 4. How does pretty compare with beautiful? Handsome? 5. What does fair denote? Comely? Picturesque? Examples. I pray thee, O God, that I may be within a happy youth, and their old age isn't free. 'Twas sung, how they were in their lives and in their death had not divided been. How has the day been, how bright was the sun? How lovely and joyful the course that he run. Though he rose in a mist when his race he began and there followed some droppings of rain. Start of a new word, becoming. Becoming. Questions. 1. What is the meaning of becoming? Of decent? Of suitable? 2. Can that which is worthy or beautiful in itself ever be otherwise than becoming or suitable? Give instances. 3. What is the meaning of fit? How does it differ from fitting or befitting? Examples. A merrier man, within the limit of mirth, I never spent an hour's talk withal. Still govern thou my song, Urania, and audience find, though few. Indeed, left nothing for your purpose untouched, slightly handled, in discourse. In such a time as this, it is not that every nice offense should bear his comment. How could money be better spent than in erecting a building for the greatest library in the country? Start of a new word, beginning. Beginning. Questions. 1. From what language is beginning derived? Commencement? How do the two words differ in application and use? Give instances. 2. What is an origin? A source? A rise? 3. How are fount, fountain, and spring used in the figurative sense? Examples. For learning is the pure, out from which all glory springs. Truth is the of every good to gods and men. Courage, the mighty attribute of powers above, by which those great in war are great in love, the of all brave acts is seated here. It cannot be that Desdemona should long continue her love to the Moor, nor he his to her. It was a violent, and thou shalt see an answerable sequestration. In the God created the heaven and the earth. Start of a new word, behavior. Behavior. Questions. 1. How do behavior and conduct differ? 2. What is the special sense of carriage? Of bearing? Demeanor? 3. What is manner? Manners? Examples. Our thoughts and are our own. Good are made up of petty sacrifices. Start of a new word, benevolence. Benevolence. Questions. 1. What is the original distinction between benevolence and beneficence? 2. In what sense is benevolence now most commonly used? 3. What words are commonly used for benevolence in the original sense? 4. What was the original sense of charity? The present popular sense? 5. What of humanity? Generosity? Liberality? Philanthropy? Examples. Is a virtue of the heart, and not of the hands. The secrets of life are not shown except to unlikeness. Start of a new word, bind. Bind. Questions. 1. What is the distinctive sense of bind? 2. What is the special meaning of tie? 3. In how general a sense is fasten used? 4. Which of the above three words is used in a figurative sense? Examples. Shut the door, good John. Fatigued, I said, up the knocker, say I'm sick, I'm dead. Adjust our lives to loss, make friends with pain, all our shattered hopes and bid them bloom again. Start of a new word, bitter. Bitter. Questions. 1. How may acid, bitter, and acrid be distinguished? Pungent? Caustic? 2. In metaphorical use, how are harsh and bitter distinguished? 3. What is the special significance of caustic? 4. Give examples of these words in their various uses. Start of a new word, bleach. Bleach. Questions. 1. How do bleach and blanch differ from whiten? From each other? Examples. You can behold such sights, and keep the natural ruby of your cheeks, when mine is with fear. We let the years go, wash them clean with tears, leave them to out in the open day. Start of a new word, blemish. Blemish. Questions. 1. What is a blemish? 2. How does it differ from a flaw or taint? 3. What is a defect? A fault? 4. Which words of this group are naturally applied to reputation, and which to character? Examples. Every page enclosing in the midst a square of text that looks a little. The noble Brutus hath told you Caesar was ambitious, if it were so, it was a grievous. Start of a new word, bluff. Bluff. Questions. 1. In what sense are bluff, frank, and open used? 2. In what sense are blunt, brusque, rough, and rude employed? Examples. There are to whom my satire seems too stout. Once a month they march, a band, and ever but in times of need, at hand. Start of a new word, boundary. Boundary. Questions. 1. What is the original sense of boundary? 2. How does it differ in usage from bound or bounds? 3. In what style and sense is born used? 4. What is the distinctive meaning of edge? Examples. So these lives, parted by strong, but drawing nearer and nearer, rushed together at last, and one was lost in the other. In worst extremes, and on the perilous of battle. Start of a new word, brave. Brave. Questions. 1. How does brave differ from courageous? 2. What is the special sense of adventurous? Of bold? Of chivalrous? 3. How do these words differ from venturesome? 4. What is especially denoted by fearless and intrepid? 5. What does valiant tell of results? 6. What ideas are combined in heroic? Examples. A man is also full of faith. Flirt at first sight with what the muse imparts, in youth we tempt the heights of arts. Thy danger chiefly lies in acting well, no crime so great as to excel. Start of a new word, business. Business. Questions. 1. What is the distinctive meaning of barter? 2. What does business add to the meaning of barter? 3. What is occupation? Is it broader than business? 4. What is a vocation? 5. What, in the strict sense, is an avocation? 6. What is implied in profession? Pursuit? 7. What is a transaction? 8. How does trade differ from commerce? 9. What is work? 10. What is an art in the industrial sense? A craft? Examples. A man must serve his time to every. We turn to dust, and all our mightiest deaths die too. Start of a new word, calculate. Calculate. Questions. 1. How do you distinguish between count and calculate? Compute, reckon, and estimate? 2. Which is used mostly with regard to future probabilities? 3. Do we use compute or estimate of numbers exactly known? 4. Of compute, calculate, and estimate, which is used with a special reference to the future? Examples. There were 4,046 men in the district, by actual. The time of the eclipse was to a second. We asked them to approximately the cost of the building. Start of a new word, call. Call. Questions. 1. What is the distinctive meaning of call? 2. Do we ever apply bellow and roar to human sounds? 3. Can you give more than one sense of cry? 4. Are shout and scream more or less expressive than call? 5. Which of the words in this group are necessarily and which ordinarily applied to articulate utterance? Which rarely, if ever, so used? Examples. For the robin redbreast and the wren. The pioneers could hear the savages outside. I my servant and he came. The captain in a voice of thunder to the helmsman, put your helm hard a port. Start of a new word, calm. Calm. Questions. 1. To what classes of objects or states of mind do we apply calm? Collected? Quiet? Placid? Serene? Still? Tranquil? 2. Do the antonyms boisterous, excited, ruffled, turbulent, and wild also apply to the same? 3. Can you contrast calm and quiet? 4. How many of the preceding adjectives can be applied to water? 5. How does composed differ from calm? Examples. The possession of a conscience is an estimable blessing. The water is said to be always in the ocean depths. On the listening ear of night fall heaven's melodious strains. Start of a new word, cancel. Cancel. Questions. 1. What is the difference in method involved in the verbs cancel, efface, erase, expunge, and obliterate? 2. Which suggest the most complete removal of all trace of a writing? 3. How do the figurative uses of these words compare with the literal? 4. Is it possible to obliterate or efface that which has been previously cancelled or erased? Examples. It is practically impossible to clean a postage stamp that has been properly so that it can be used again. With the aid of a sharp penknife the blot was quickly. By lapse of time and elemental action, the inscription had become completely. Start of a new word, candid. Candid. Questions. 1. To what class of things do we apply aboveboard? Candid? Fair? Frank? Honest? Sincere? Transparent? 2. Can you state the similarity between artless, guileless, naive, simple, and unsophisticated? How do they differ as a class from the words above referred to? 3. How does it happen that to be frank, or to be candid often precedes the utterance of something disagreeable? Examples. The sophistry was so as to disgust the assembly. A.T. Stewart relied on dealing as the secret of mercantile success. And man will not steal or defraud. She seems with artful care affecting to be unaffected. Start of a new word, care. Care. Questions. 1. What is the special difference between care and anxiety? 2. Wherein does care differ from caution? Solicitude from anxiety? Watchfulness from wariness? 3. Can you give some of the senses of care? 4. Is concern as strong a term as anxiety? 5. What is circumspection? Precaution? Heed? Examples. Take her up tenderly, lift her with. A military commander should have as much as bravery. The invaders fancied themselves so secure against attack that they had not taken the to station sentinels. Start of a new word, caricature. Caricature. Questions. 1. What is the distinctive meaning of caricature? 2. What is the special difference between parody and travesty? Between both and burlesque? 3. To what is caricature mostly confined? 4. How do mimicry and imitation differ? 5. Is an extravaganza an exaggeration? Examples. The eagle nose of the general was magnified in every artist's. His laughable reproduction of the great actor's vagaries was a clever bit of. If it be not lying to say that a fox's tail is 4 feet long, it is certainly a huge. Start of a new word, carry. Carry. Questions. 1. To what sort of objects do we apply bear? Carry? Move? Take? 2. What kinds of force or power do we indicate by convey, lift, transmit, and transport? 3. What is the distinction between bring and carry? Between carry and bear? 4. What does lift mean? 5. Can you give some figurative uses of carry? Examples. The strong man can 1,000 pounds with apparent ease. Napoleon always endeavored to the war into the enemy's territory. It was found necessary to the coal overland for a distance of 500 miles. My punishment is greater than I can. Start of a new word, catastrophe. Catastrophe. Questions. 1. What is a catastrophe or cataclysm? 2. Is a catastrophe also necessarily a calamity or a disaster? 3. Which word has the broader meaning, disaster or calamity? 4. Does misfortune suggest as serious a condition as any of the foregoing? 5. How does a mishap compare with a catastrophe, a calamity, or a disaster? 6. Give some chief antonyms of the above. Examples. War and pestilence are properly, while the loss of a battle may be a, but not a. Fortune is not satisfied with inflicting one. Well had the boding tremblers learned to trace the days in his morning face. The failure of the crops of 2 successive years proved irreparable to the emigrants. Start of a new word, cause. Cause. Questions. 1. What is the central distinction between antecedent and cause? 2. How are the words cause, condition, and occasion illustrated by the fall of an avalanche? 3. And the antonyms consequence? Effect? Outgrowth? Result? 4. What are causality and causation? 5. How are origin and source related to cause? Examples. Where there is an effect there must be also a. It is necessary to know something of a man before we can safely trust him. Though the river was found to be a small lake among the hills. What was given as the quarrel was really but the. Start of a new word, chagrin. Chagrin. Questions. 1. What feelings are combined in chagrin? 2. How do you distinguish between chagrin, disappointment, humiliation, mortification, and shame? 3. Which involves a sense of having done wrong? Examples. The king's at the limitations imposed upon him was painfully manifest. He is not wholly lost who yet can blush from Hope tells a flattering tale, delusive, vain, and hollow. Ah! Let not hope prevail, lest follow. Start of a new word, change. Change. Questions. 1. What is the distinction between change and exchange? Are they ever used as equivalent, and how? 2. Can you distinguish between modify and qualify? Examples. The tailor offered to the armholes of the coat. We requested the pianist to his music by introducing a few popular tunes. We often fail to recognize the actor who is costumed between the acts. Start of a new word, character. Character. Questions. 1. How do you distinguish between character and reputation? Constitution and disposition? 2. Is nature a broader word than any of the preceding? 3. If so, why? Examples. The philanthropist's for charity is often a great source of annoyance to him. Let dogs delight to bark and bite, for 'tis their too. Misfortune may cause the loss of friends and reputation, yet if the man has not yielded to wrong, his is superior to loss or change. Start of a new word, choose. Choose. Questions. 1. What are the shades of difference between choose, cull, elect, pick, prefer, and select? 2. Also between the antonyms cast away, decline, dismiss, refuse, repudiate? 3. Does select imply more care or judgment than choose? Examples. The prettiest flowers had all been. Jacob was to Esau, though he was the younger. When a man deliberately to do wrong, there is little hope for him. Start of a new word, circumstance. Circumstance. Questions. 1. To what classes of things do we apply accompaniment? Concomitant? Circumstance? Event? Fact? Incident? Occurrence? Situation? 2. Can you give some instances of the use of circumstance? 3. Is it a word of broader meaning than incident? Examples. That there had been a fire was proved by the smoke-blackened walls. Extreme provocation may be a mitigating in a case of homicide. Start of a new word, class. Class. Questions. 1. How does a class differ from a caste? 2. In what connection is rank used? Order? 3. What is a coterie? How does it differ from a clique? Examples. And was formed for the relief of the poor and needy of the city. A select met at the residence of one of the leading men of the city. There is a struggle of the masses against the. Start of a new word, clear. Clear. Questions. 1. What does clear originally signify? 2. How does clear differ from transparent as regards a substance that may be a medium of vision? 3. With what meaning is clear used of an object apprehended by the senses, as an object of sight or hearing? 4. What does distinct signify? 5. What is plain? 6. What special sense does this word always retain? How does transparent differ from translucent? 7. What do lucid and pellucid signify? 8. What is the special force of limpid? Start of a new word, clever. Clever. Questions. 1. What is the meaning of clever as used in England? 2. What was the early New England usage? 3. What is to be said of the use of smart and sharp? 4. What other words of this group are preferable to clever in many of its uses? Examples. His brief experience in the department had made him vary in the work now assigned him. She was especially in song. Be good, sweet maid, and let who will be, do noble things, not dream them, all day long, and so make life, death, and the vast forever one grand, sweet song. Start of a new word, company. Company. Questions. 1. From what is company derived? What is its primary meaning? 2. For what are those associated who constitute a company? Is their association temporary or permanent? 3. What is the difference between assemblage and assembly? 4. What is a conclave? A convocation? A convention? 5. What are the characteristics of a group? 6. To what use is congregation restricted? How does meeting agree with and differ from it? Examples. Far from the madding's ignoble strife, their sober wishes never learned to stray. The room contained a large of miscellaneous objects. A fellow that makes no figure in. A great had met, but without organization or officers. If ye inquire anything concerning other matters, it shall be determined in a lawful. Start of a new word, compel. Compel. Questions. 1. What is it to compel? 2. What does force imply? 3. What is the especial significance of coerce? 4. What does constrain imply? In what favorable sense is it used? Examples. Even if we were not willing, they possessed the power of us to do justice. Employers may their employees into voting as they demand, but for the secret ballot. These considerations us to aid them to the utmost of our power. Start of a new word, complain. Complain. Questions. 1. By what is complaining prompted? Murmuring? Repining? 2. Which finds outward expression, and which is limited to the mental act? 3. To whom does one complain, in the formal sense of the word? 4. With whom does one remonstrate? Examples. It is not pleasant to live with one who is constantly ing. The dog gave a low which frightened the tramp away. Start of a new word, complex. Complex. Questions. 1. How does complex differ from compound? From composite? 2. What is heterogeneous? Conglomerate? 3. How does complicated differ from intricate? From involved? Start of a new word, conscious. Conscious. Questions. 1. Of what things is one aware? Of what is he conscious? 2. How does sensible compare with the above-mentioned words? 3. What does sensible indicate regarding the emotions, that would not be expressed by conscious? Examples. To be that you are ignorant is a great step to knowledge. They are now it would have been better to resist the first temptation. He was of a stealthy step and a bulk dimly visible through the darkness. Start of a new word, consequence. Consequence. Questions. 1. How does consequence differ from effect? Both from result? 2. How do result and issue compare? 3. In what sense is consequent used? Start of a new word, contagion. Contagion. Questions. 1. To what is contagion now limited by the best medical usage? 2. To what is the term infection applied? Examples. During the plague in London, persons walked in the middle of the streets for fear of from the houses. The mob thinks by for the most part, catching an opinion like a cold. No pestilence is so much to be dreaded as the bad example. Start of a new word, continual. Continual. Questions. 1. How does continuous differ from continual? Incessant from ceaseless? Give examples. Start of a new word, contrast. Contrast. Questions. 1. How is contrast related to compare? 2. What are the special senses of differentiate, discriminate, and distinguish? Start of a new word, conversation. Conversation. Questions. 1. What is the essential meaning of conversation? 2. How does conversation differ from talk? 3. How is discourse related to conversation? 4. What are the special senses of dialogue and colloquy? Examples. There can be no with a great genius, who does all the ing. Nor wanted sweet, the banquet of the mind. Start of a new word, convey. Convey. Questions. 1. In what do convey, transmit, and transport agree? What is the distinctive sense of convey? 2. To what class of objects does transport refer? 3. To what class of objects do transfer, transmit, and convey apply? 4. Which is the predominant sense of the latter words? Start of a new word, criminal. Criminal. Questions. 1. What is the distinctive meaning of criminal? How does it differ from illegal or unlawful? 2. What is felonious? Flagitious? 3. What is the primary meaning of iniquitous? 4. Is an iniquitous act necessarily criminal? Start of a new word, danger. Danger. Questions. 1. What is the distinctive meaning of danger? 2. Does danger or peril suggest the more immediate evil? 3. How are jeopardy and risk distinguished from danger and peril? Examples. Delay always breeds. The careful rider avoids running. Stir, at your. Start of a new word, decay. Decay. Questions. 1. What sort of things decay? Putrefy? Rot? 2. What is the essential difference between decay and decompose? Examples. The flowers wither, the tree's trunk. The water was by the electric current. Start of a new word, deception. Deception. Questions. 1. How is deceit distinguished from deception? From guile? Fraud? Lying? Hypocrisy? 2. Do all of these apply? To conduct as well as to speech? 3. Is deception ever innocent? 4. Have craft and cunning always a moral element? 5. How is dissimulation distinguished from duplicity? Examples. Of his conduct was patent to all. It was a matter of self. The judge decided it to be a case of. Start of a new word, definition. Definition. Questions. 1. Which is the more exact, a definition or a description? 2. What must a definition include, and what must it exclude? 3. What must a description include? 4. In what respect has interpretation a wider meaning than translation? 5. How does an explanation compare with an exposition? Examples. A prompt of the difficulty prevented a quarrel. The of scenery was admirable. The seer gave an of the dream. Many a controversy may be instantly ended by a clear of terms. Start of a new word, deliberate. Deliberate. Questions. 1. What are the chief distinctions between deliberate? Consult? Consider? Meditate? Reflect? 2. Do large gatherings of people consult, or meditate, or deliberate? 3. Do we reflect on things past or things to come? 4. How many persons are necessarily implied in consult, confer, and debate as commonly used? In deliberate, consider, ponder, reflect? In meditate? 5. What idea of time is implied in deliberate? Examples. The matter was carefully in all its bearings. The legislature for several days. Start of a new word, delusion. Delusion. Questions. 1. What is the essential difference between illusion and delusion? How does hallucination differ from both? 2. Which word is used especially of objects of sight? Examples. The sick are sometimes pitiful. In the soft light the was complete. Start of a new word, demonstration. Demonstration. Questions. 1. To what kind of reasoning does demonstration in the strict sense apply? 2. What is evidence? Proof? 3. Which is the stronger term? 4. Which is the more comprehensive? Examples. The witness was so complete that no further was required. A mathematical must be final and conclusive. Start of a new word, design. Design. Questions. 1. What is the distinctive meaning of design? 2. What element is prominent in intention? Purpose? Plan? 3. Does purpose suggest more power to execute than design? 4. How does intent specifically differ from purpose? Which term do we use with reference to the divine being? Examples. The architects involved much detail. Hell is paved with good. It is the voter that decides how his ballot shall be counted. The Almighty cannot be thwarted. The adaptation of means to ends in nature clearly indicates a, and so proves a. Start of a new word, despair. Despair. Questions. 1. In what order might despair, desperation, discouragement, and hopelessness follow, each as the result of the previous condition? 2. How does despondency especially differ from despair? Examples. The utter of their condition was apparent. In weak he abandoned all endeavor. Start of a new word, dexterity. Dexterity. Questions. 1. From what is adroitness derived? From what dexterity? How might each be rendered? 2. How does adroitness differ in use from dexterity? 3. From what is aptitude derived, and what does it signify? 4. How does skill differ from dexterity? Which can and which cannot be communicated? Examples. He had a natural for scientific investigation, and by long practice gained an inimitable of manipulation. His in debate enabled him to evade or parry arguments or attacks which he could not answer. The best trained workman cannot equal the precision of a machine. Start of a new word, diction. Diction. Questions. 1. Which is the more comprehensive word, diction, language, or phraseology? 2. What is the true meaning of verbiage? Should it ever be used as the equivalent of language or diction? 3. What is style? How does it compare with diction or language? Examples. The discourse was plain and emphatic. A written contract should be such as to prevent misunderstandings. The poetic of Milton is so exquisitely perfect that another word can scarcely ever be substituted for the one he has chosen without marring the line. Start of a new word, difference. Difference. Questions. 1. Which pertain mostly to realities, and which are matters of judgment difference, disparity, distinction, or inconsistency? 2. What do we mean by a distinction without a difference? Examples. The proper should be carefully observed in the use of shall and will. The between black and white is self-evident. Of our representatives' conduct with their promises is unpardonable. Start of a new word, discern. Discern. Questions. 1. To what sort of objects do we apply behold, discern, distinguish, observe, and see? 2. What do behold and distinguish suggest in addition to seeing? Examples. With the aid of a great telescope we may what stars are double. The upright man. Let us minutely the color of the goods. Start of a new word, discover. Discover. Questions. 1. What is the distinctive meaning of detect? Discover? Invent? 2. How do discover and invent differ? 3. Is detect often used in a favorable sense? Examples. An experienced policeman acquires wonderful skill in ing criminals. Newton, the law of gravitation. To a machine, one must first understand the laws of mechanics. Start of a new word, disease. Disease. Questions. 1. What was the early and general meaning of sick and sickness in English? 2. How long did that usage prevail? 3. What is the present restriction upon the use of these words in England? What words are there commonly substituted? 4. What is the prevalent usage in the United States? Examples. Spread in the camp and proved deadlier than the sword. It was found to be contagious. He is just recovering from a slight. It is not good manners to talk of one's s. Start of a new word, do. Do. Questions. 1. What is the most comprehensive word of this group? 2. In what sense are finish and complete used, and how are they discriminated from each other? 3. How do we discriminate between fulfill, realize, effect, and execute? Perform and accomplish? Accomplish and complete? Examples. A duty has been, a work of gratitude and affection has been. It is wonderful how much can be by steady, plodding industry without brilliant talents. The work is not only grand in design but it is with the most exquisite delicacy in every detail. It is the duty of the legislators to make laws, of the magistrates to them. Every one should labor to his duties faithfully, and the just expectations of those who have committed to him any trust. Start of a new word, doctrine. Doctrine. Questions. 1. To what matters do we apply the word creed? Doctrine? Dogma? Principle? 2. Which is the more inclusive word? 3. Is dogma used favorably or unfavorably? Examples. There rests either upon the authority of the Scriptures, or upon a decision of the Church. A man may have upright s even while he disregards commonly received s. Start of a new word, doubt. Doubt. Questions. 1. Do we apply doubt, distrust, surmise, and suspect mostly to persons and things, or to motives and intentions? 2. Is mistrust used of persons or of things? 3. Is it used, in a favorable or an unfavorable sense? Examples. We do not that the earth moves around the sun. Nearly every law of nature was by man first, then proved to be true. I my own heart. I that man from the outset. Start of a new word, doubt. Doubt. Questions. 1. To what class of objects do we apply disbelief? Doubt? Hesitation? Misgiving? 2. Which of these words most commonly implies an unfavorable meaning? 3. What meaning has skepticism as applied to religious matters? Examples. We feel no in giving our approval. The jury had s of his guilt. We did all we could to further the enterprise, but still had our s as to the outcome. Start of a new word, duplicate. Duplicate. Questions. 1. Can you give the distinction between a copy and a duplicate? A facsimile and an imitation? 2. What sort of a copy is a transcript? Examples. The oven organ by the violinist was perfect. This key is A, and will open the lock. The signature was merely a printed. Start of a new word, duty. Duty. Questions. 1. Do we use duty and right of civil things? Or business and obligation of moral things? 2. Does responsibility imply connection with any other person or thing? Examples. I go because it is my. We recognize A for the good conduct of our own children, but do we not also rest under some to society to exercise a good influence over the children of others? Start of a new word, eager. Eager. Questions. 1. What is the distinction between eager and earnest in the nature of the feeling implied? In the objects toward which it is directed? 2. How does anxious in this acceptation differ from both eager and earnest? Examples. Hark! The shrill trumpet sounds to horse. Away! My soul's in arms, and for the fray. I am in. I will not equivocate, I will not excuse, I will not retreat a single inch, and I will be heard. I am to hear of your welfare, and of the prospects of the enterprise. Start of a new word, ease. Ease. Questions. 1. What does ease denote, in the sense here considered? Does it apply to action or condition? 2. Is facility active or passive? Readiness? 3. What does ease imply, and to what may it be limited? 4. What does facility imply? Readiness? 5. To what is expertness limited? Examples. He plays the violin with great, and delights an audience. Whatever he did was done with so much, in him alone 'twas natural to please. It is often said with equal truth that we ought to take advantage of the which children possess of learning. Start of a new word, education. Education. Questions. 1. What is the distinctive meaning of education? Instruction? Teaching? 2. How is instruction or teaching related to education? 3. How does training differ from teaching? 4. What is discipline? Tuition? 5. What are breeding and nurture, and how do they differ from each other? 6. How are knowledge and learning related to education? Examples. The true purpose of is to cherish and unfold the seed of immortality already sown within us. By, we do learn ourselves to know and what to man, and what to God we owe. Mocketh a full man, conference a ready man, and writing an exact man. For natural abilities are like natural plants that need pruning by, and themselves do give forth directions too much at large, except they be bounded in by experience. A branch of is often put to an improper use, for fear of its being idle. Start of a new word, effrontery. Effrontery. Questions. 1. What is audacity? Hardihood? 2. What special element does effrontery add to the meaning of audacity and hardihood? 3. What is impudence? Shamelessness? 4. How does effrontery compare with these words? 5. What is boldness? Is it used in a favorable or an unfavorable sense? Examples. When they saw the Peter and John, and perceived that they were unlearned and ignorant men, they marveled. I ne'er heard yet that any of these bolder vices wanted less to gainsay what they did, than to perform it first. I am not a little surprised at the ease with which political gentlemen in and out of Congress take it upon them to say that there are not 1,000 men in the North who sympathize with John Brown. Start of a new word, egotism. Egotism. Questions. 1. What is egoism and how does it differ from egotism? 2. What is self-assertion? Self-conceit? 3. Does conceit differ from self-conceit, and how? 4. What is self-confidence? Is it worthy or unworthy? 5. Is self-assertion ever a duty? Self-conceit? 6. What is vanity? How does it differ from self-confidence? From pride? 7. What is self-esteem? How does it differ from self-conceit? From self-confidence? Examples. May puff a man up, but never prop him up. Is as ill at ease under indifference, as tenderness is under the love which it cannot return. Start of a new word, emblem. Emblem. Questions. 1. From what language is emblem derived? What did it originally signify? 2. What is the derivation and primary meaning of symbol? 3. How do the two words compare as now used? 4. How does a sign suggest something other than itself? 5. Can the same thing be both an emblem and a symbol? A sign and a symbol? 6. What is a token? A figure? An image? A type? Examples. Rose of the desert, thou art to me and of stainless purity, of those who, keeping their garments white, walk on through life with steps aright. All things are as, the external shows of nature have there in the mind as flowers and fruits and falling of the leaves. Moses, as Israel's deliverer, was a of Christ. Start of a new word, emigrate. Emigrate. Questions. 1. What is the distinctive meaning of migrate? What is its application? 2. What do emigrate and immigrate signify? To what do they apply? Can the two words be used of the same person and the same act? How? Examples. The ship was crowded with mostly from Germany. Are pouring into the United States often at the rate of 500,000 a year. Start of a new word, employ. Employ. Questions. 1. What are the distinctive senses of employ and use? Give instances. 2. What does use often imply as to materials used? 3. How does hire compare with employ? Examples. The young man had been by the firm for several months and had proved faithful in every respect. The church was then ready to a pastor. What one has, one ought to, and whatever he does he should do with all his might. Start of a new word, end. End. Questions. 1. What is it to end, and what reference does end have to intention or expectation? 2. What do close, complete, conclude, and finish signify as to expectation or appropriateness? Give instances. 3. What specially distinctive sense has finish? 4. Does terminate refer to reaching an arbitrary or an appropriate end? 5. What does stop signify? Examples. The life was suddenly. The train long enough for the passengers to get off, then whirled on. Start of a new word, end. End. Questions. 1. What is the end? 2. What is the distinctive meaning of extremity? 3. How does extremity compare with end? 4. What reference is implied in extremity? 5. What is the meaning of tip? Point? How does extremity differ in use from the two latter words? 6. What is a terminus? What specific meaning has the word in modern travel? 7. What is the meaning of termination, and of what is it chiefly used? Expiration? Limit? Examples. Seeing that death, and necessary will come when it will come. All rejoice at the successful of the vast undertaking. He that endureth to the shall be saved. Do not turn back when you are just at the start of a new word, endeavor. Endeavor. Questions. 1. What is it to attempt? To endeavor? To what sort of exertion does endeavor especially apply? 2. How does essay differ from attempt and endeavor in its view of the results of the action? 3. What is implied in undertake? Give an instance. 4. What does strive suggest? 5. How does try compare with the other words of the group? Examples. First thyself, and after call on God, for to the worker God himself lends aid. The end, and never stand to doubt, nothing so hard but search will find it out. To enter in at the strait gate. Start of a new word, endeavor. Endeavor. Questions. 1. What is an effort? An exertion? Which includes the other? 2. How does attempt differ from effort? 3. What is a struggle? 4. What is an essay, and for what purpose is it made? 5. What is an endeavor, and how is it distinguished from effort? From attempt? Examples. Youth is a blunder, manhood old age a regret. So vast and required more capital than he could command at that time. Others combining with him enabled him to succeed with it. After a few spasmodic, he abandoned all at improvement. Start of a new word, endure. Endure. Questions. 1. What is the meaning of bear as applied to care, pain, grief, and the like? 2. What does endure add to the meaning of bear? 3. How do allow and permit compare with the words just mentioned? 4. How do put up with and tolerate compare with allow and permit? 5. What is the special sense of afford? How does it come into connection with the words of this group? 6. What is the sense of brook? 7. Of what words does abide combine the meanings? Examples. Charity long and is kind, charity all things. I follow thee, safe guide, the path thou leadst me, and to the hand of heaven. For there was never yet philosopher that could the toothache patiently. Start of a new word, enemy. Enemy. Questions. 1. What is an enemy? An adversary? 2. What distinction is there between the two words as to the purpose implied? 3. What is an antagonist? An opponent? A competitor? A rival? 4. How does foe compare with enemy? Examples. He makes no friend who never made a. This friendship that possesses the whole soul, can admit of no. Mountains interposed make of nations who had else, like kindred drops, been molded into one. He that wrestles with us strengthens our nerves and sharpens our skill. R is our helper. Start of a new word, enmity. Enmity. Questions. 1. What is enmity? 2. How does animosity differ from enmity? 3. What is hostility? What is meant by hostilities between nations? 4. What is bitterness? Acrimony? 5. How does antagonism compare with the words above mentioned? Examples. Let all, and wrath, and anger, and clamor, and evil speaking, be put away from you, with all malice. But there, though smothered for a while, burnt with redoubled violence. The carnal mind is against God, for it is not subject to the law of God, neither indeed can be. Start of a new word, entertain. Entertain. Questions. 1. What is it to entertain mentally? To amuse? 2. What is the distinctive sense of divert? 3. Can one be amused or entertained who is not diverted? 4. What is it to recreate? To beguile? Examples. Books cannot always, however good, minds are not ever craving for their food. Who God doth late and early pray more of his grace than gifts to lend, and the harmless day with a religious book or friend. Start of a new word, entertainment. Entertainment. Questions. 1. What do entertainment and recreation imply? How, accordingly, do they rank among the lighter matters of life? 2. How do amusement and pastime differ? 3. On what plane are sports? How do they compare with entertainment and recreation? 4. How do amusement and enjoyment compare? Examples. At Christmas play, and make good, for Christmas comes but once a year. It is as to fools to do mischief. No true heart can find in another's pain or grief. The Puritans hated bear baiting, not because it gave pain to the bear, but because it gave to the spectators. As Tammy glowered, amazed and curious, the mirth end grew fast and furious. And so, if I might be judge, God never did make a more calm, quiet, innocent than angling. Start of a new word, enthusiasm. Enthusiasm. Questions. 1. In what sense was enthusiasm formerly used? 2. What is now its prevalent and controlling meaning? 3. How does zeal differ from enthusiasm? Examples. An ardent leads to great results in exposing certain evils. His was contagious and they rushed into battle. The precept had its use, it could make men feel it right to be humane, and desire to be so, but it could never inspire them with an of humanity. Start of a new word, entrance. Entrance. Questions. 1. To what does entrance refer? 2. What do admittance and admission add to the meaning of entrance? 3. 2. What does admittance refer? To what additional matters does admission refer? Illustrate. 4. What is the figurative use of entrance? Examples. Was obtained by a side door, and a good position secured to the crowded hall. No except on business. He was never so engrossed with cares of state that the needy could not have to him. However carefully church membership may be guarded, unworthy members will sometimes gain. Start of a new word, envious. Envious. Questions. 1. What do we mean when we say that a person is envious? 2. What is the difference between envious and jealous? 3. Is an envious spirit ever good? 4. Is jealous capable of being used in a good sense? 5. In what sense is suspicious used? Examples. neither be thou against the workers of iniquity. In honor, sudden and quick in quarrel. Start of a new word, equivocal. Equivocal. Questions. 1. What is the derivation and the original signification of equivocal? Of ambiguous? How do the two words compare in present use? 2. What is the meaning of enigmatical? 3. How do doubtful and dubious compare? 4. In what sense is questionable used? Suspicious? Examples. These sentences, to sugar or to gall, being strong on both sides, are. An statement may result from the thoughtless use of a single word that is capable of more than one meaning. Start of a new word, esteem. Esteem. Questions. 1. What is the difference between esteem and estimate? 2. Is esteem now used of concrete valuation? 3. What is its chief present use? 4. What is its meaning in popular use as said of persons? Examples. They please, are pleased, they give to get, till seeming blessed, they grow to what they seem. The loss of conscience or honor is one that cannot be. Start of a new word, eternal. Eternal. Questions. 1. What is the meaning of eternal in the fullest sense? 2. To what being, in that sense, may it be applied? 3. In what does everlasting fall short of the meaning of eternal? 4. How does endless agree with and differ from everlasting? 5. In what inferior senses are everlasting and interminable used? 6. Is eternal, in good speech or writing, ever brought down to such inferior use? Examples. Truth crushed to earth shall rise again, the years of God are hers. Whatever may befall thee, it was preordained for thee from. It were better to be eaten to death with a rust than to be scoured to nothing with motion. Here comes the lady. Oh, so light a foot will ne'er wear out the flint. Start of a new word, event. Event. Questions. 1. How do event and incident differ etymologically? 2. Which is the greater and more important? Give examples. 3. How does circumstance compare with incident? 4. What is the primary meaning of occurrence? 5. What is an episode? 6. How does event differ from end? 7. What meaning does event often have when applied to the future? Examples. Fate shall yield to fickle, and chaos judge the strife. Men are the sport of when the seem the sport of men. Coming cast their shadows before. Where an equal poise of hope and fear does arbitrate my nature is that I incline to hope rather than fear, and gladly banish squint suspicion. Start of a new word, every. Every. Questions. 1. In what are all and both alike? Any, each, and every? 2. How does any differ from each and every? 3. How do each and every differ from all? 4. How does each compare with every? With both? 5. What does either properly denote? In what other sense is it often used? What is the objection to the latter use? Examples. Person in the room arose to his feet. A free pardon was offered to who should instantly lay down their arms. As the garrison marched out, the victorious troops stood in arms on sight of the way. In order to keep his secret inviolate, he revealed it privately to of his most intimate friends. Person giving such information shall be duly rewarded. Start of a new word, evident. Evident. Questions. 1. How do apparent and evident compare? 2. What is the special sense of manifest? How does it compare in strength with evident? 3. What is the sense of obvious? 4. How wide is the range of visible? 5. How does discernible compare with visible? What does it imply as to the observer's action? 6. What is the sense of palpable and tangible? Conspicuous? Examples. A paradox is a real truth in the guise of an absurdity or contradiction. The Prime Minister was by his absence. The statement is a absurdity. On a comparison of the two works, the plagiarism was. Yet from those flames no light, but only darkness. These lies are like the father that begets them, gross as a mountain, open. Start of a new word, example. Example. Questions. 1. What is the etymological meaning of example? 2. What two contradictory meanings does example derive from this primary sense? 3. How does example differ from sample? 4. How does it compare with model? With pattern? 5. How does exemplar agree with, and differ from example? 6. What is an exemplification? An ensample? Examples. I bid him look into the lives of men as though himself a mirror, and from others to take in for himself. We sleep, but the loom of life never stops, and the witch was weaving when the sun went down is weaving when it comes up tomorrow. History isn't of philosophy. The commander was resolved to make and to deter others from the like offense. Start of a new word, excess. Excess. Questions. 1. What is excess? Is it used in the favorable or unfavorable sense? 2. What is extravagance? 3. What is exorbitance? 4. What kind of excess do overplus and superabundance denote? Lavishness and profusion? 5. Is surplus used in the favorable or unfavorable sense? 6. To what do redundance and redundancy chiefly refer? 7. What words are used as synonyms of excess in the moral sense? Examples. Saving requires self-denial, and is the death of self-denial. Where there is great there usually follows corresponding. Of wealth is cause of covetousness. Haste brings, and brings want. Though the demand caused unfeigned surprise. More of the present woes of the world are due to than to any other single cause. Of language often weakens the impression of what would be impressive in sober statement. Start of a new word, execute. Execute. Questions. 1. What is the meaning of execute? Of administer? Of enforce? 2. How are the words applied in special cases? Give instances. 3. What secondary meaning has administer? Examples. It is the place of the civil magistrate to the laws. The pasha gave a signal and 3 attendants seized the culprit, and promptly the bastinado. I cannot illustrate a moral duty without at the same time ing a precept of our religion. Start of a new word, exercise. Exercise. Questions. 1. What is the meaning of exercise apart from all qualifying words? 2. How does exercise in that sense differ from exertion? 3. How may exercise be brought up to the full meaning of exertion? 4. What is practice? How does it differ from exercise? 5. How is practice discriminated from such theory or profession? 6. What is drill? Examples. Regular tends to keep body and mind in the best working order. In time becomes second nature. By constant the most difficult feats may be done with no apparent. Start of a new word, expense. Expense. Questions. 1. What is cost? Expense? 2. How are these words now commonly differentiated? 3. What is the meaning of outlay? Of outgo? Examples. Which of you, intending to build a tower, sitteth not down first, and counteth whether he have sufficient to finish it? The entire receipts have not equaled When there is more than the income, if the income cannot be increased, it becomes an absolute necessity to reduce Start of a new word, explicit. Explicit. Questions. 1. To what are explicit and express alike opposed? 2. How do the two words differ from each other? Examples. I came here at this critical juncture by the order of Sir John Street Clare. The language of the proposition was to admit of doubt. Now the Spirit speaketh ly that in the latter times some shall depart from the faith. Start of a new word, extemporaneous. Extemporaneous. Questions. 1. What did extemporaneous originally mean? 2. What has it now come to signify in common use? 3. What is the original meaning of impromptu? The present meaning? 4. How does the impromptu remark often differ from the extemporaneous? 5. How does unpremeditated compare with the words above mentioned? Examples. In prayer, what men most admire, God least regardeth. As a speaker, he excelled in address, while his opponent was at a loss to answer him because not gifted in the same way. No more on prancing palfrey borne, he caroled light as lark at morn, and poured to lord and lady gay the lay. Start of a new word, exterminate. Exterminate. Questions. 1. What is the derivation, and what is the original meaning of exterminate? Eradicate? Extirpate? 2. To what are these words severally applied? Examples. Since the building of the Pacific Railroads in the United States, the buffalo has been quite. The evil of intemperance is one exceedingly difficult to. No inveterate improver should ever tempt me to the dandelions from the green carpet of my lawn. Start of a new word, faint. Faint. Questions. 1. What are the chief meanings of faint? 2. How is faint a synonym of feeble or purposeless? Of irresolute or timid? Of dim, faded, or indistinct? Examples. Great is the strength of arms combined, and we can combat even with the brave. In his right hand a tipped staff he held, with which his steps he stayed still, for he was with cold, and weak with eld, that scarce his loosed limbs he able was to weld. Start of a new word, faith. Faith. Questions. 1. What is belief? 2. How does credence compare with belief? 3. What is conviction? Assurance? 4. What is an opinion? 5. How does a persuasion compare with an opinion? 6. What is a doctrine? A creed? 7. What are confidence and reliance? 8. What is trust? 9. What elements are combined in faith? 10. How is belief often used in popular language as a precise equivalent of faith? 11. How is belief discriminated from faith in the strict religious sense? Examples. Is the substance of things hoped for, the evidence of things not seen? Put not your in princes, nor in the Son of Man, in whom there is no help. Is largely involuntary, a mathematical demonstration cannot be doubted by a sane mind capable of understanding the terms and following the steps. Every one of us, whatever our speculative, knows better than he practices, and recognizes a better law than he obeys. There are few greater dangers for an army in the face of an enemy than undue. Start of a new word, faithful. Faithful. Questions. 1. In what sense may a person be called faithful? 2. In what sense may one be called trusty? 3. Is faithful commonly said of things as well as persons? Is trusty? 4. What is the special difference of meaning between the two words? Give examples. Examples. Be thou unto death, and I will give thee a crown of life. Thy purpose is equal to the deed, who does the best his circumstance allows does well, acts nobly, angels could no more. Start of a new word, fame. Fame. Questions. 1. What is fame? Is it commonly used in the favorable or unfavorable sense? 2. What are reputation and repute, and in which sense commonly used? 3. What is notoriety? 4. From what do eminence and distinction result? 5. How does celebrity compare with fame? 6. How does renown compare with fame? 7. What is the import of honor? Of glory? Examples. Saying, Amen, blessing and wisdom, and thanksgiving, and power and might, be unto our God for ever and ever. A good is more valuable than money. Great Homer's birthplace 7 rival cities claim, too mighty such monopoly of. do good by stealth, and blush to find it. Seeking the bubble even in the cannon's mouth. Start of a new word, fanaticism. Fanaticism. Questions. 1. What is fanaticism? Bigotry? 2. What do fanaticism and bigotry commonly include? 3. What is intolerance? 4. What is the distinctive meaning of superstition? 5. What is credulity? Is it distinctively religious? Examples. Is a senseless fear of God. The fears of the Muslims was the mainspring of their early conquests. The that will believe nothing contrary to a creed is often joined with a blind that will believe anything in favor of it. Start of a new word, fanciful. Fanciful. Questions. 1. What is the meaning of fanciful? 2. What does fantastic add to the meaning of fanciful? 3. How does grotesque especially differ from the fanciful or fantastic? 4. How does visionary differ from fanciful? Examples. Come see the north wind's masonry, his wild work, so savage, not cares he for number or proportion. What tints the year puts on, when falling leaves falter through motionless air or numbly cling and shiver to be gone. Place such tricks before high heaven as make the angels weep. Start of a new word, fancy. Fancy. Questions. 1. What is an intellectual fancy? 2. How does a conceit differ from a fancy? A conception from both? 3. What is an emotional or personal fancy? 4. What is fancy as a faculty of the mind? Examples. Tell me where is bread, or in the heart or in the head. Elizabeth united the occasional of her sex with that sense and sound policy in which neither man nor woman ever excelled her. That fellow seems to me to possess but one, and that is a wrong one. If she were to take a to anybody in the house, she would soon settle, but not till then. Start of a new word, farewell. Farewell. Questions. 1. To what language do farewell and goodbye belong etymologically? How do they differ? 2. From what language have adieu and congé been adopted into English? 3. What is the special significance of congé? 4. What are valediction and valedictory? Examples. My paper's out so nearly I've only room for yours sincerely. The train from out the castle drew, but Marmion stopped to bid. A word that must be, and hath been a sound which makes us linger, yet. Start of a new word, fear. Fear. Questions. 1. What is the generic term of this group? 2. What is fear? Is it sudden or lingering? In view of what class of dangers? 3. What is the etymological meaning of horror? What does the word signify in accepted usage? 4. What are the characteristics of affright, fright, and terror? 5. How is fear contrasted with fright and terror in actual or possible effects? 6. What is panic? What are the numbers affected by it? 7. What is dismay? How does it compare with fright and terror? Examples. Even the bravest men may be swept along in a sudden. With much more I view the fight than thou that makest the fray. Look in, and see Christ's chosen saint in triumph wear his Christ-like chain, no lest he should swerve or faint. The ghastly spectacle filled every beholder with. A lingering crept upon him as he waited in the darkness. Start of a new word, feminine. Feminine. Questions. 1. How are female and feminine discriminated? 2. What is the difference between a female voice and a feminine voice? 3. How are womanly and womanish discriminated in use? Examples. Notice, 2, how precious are these qualities in the sick room. The demand for closet room is no mere fancy, but the good sense of the sex. Start of a new word, fetter. Fetter. Questions. 1. What are fetters in the primary sense? 2. What are manacles and handcuffs designed to fasten or hold? Gyves? 3. What are shackles and what are they intended to fasten or hold? 4. Of what material are all these restraining devices commonly composed? By what general name are they popularly known? 5. What are bonds and of what material composed? 6. Which of these words are used in the metaphorical sense? Examples. But first set my poor heart free, bound in those I see by thee. Slaves cannot breathe in England. They touch our country, and their fall. Start of a new word, feud. Feud. Questions. 1. What is a feud? Of what is it used? 2. Is a quarrel in word or act? Contention? Strife? Contest? 3. How does quarrel compare in importance with the other words cited? 4. What does an affray always involve? To what may a brawl or broil be confined? 5. How do these words compare in dignity with contention, contest, controversy, and dissension? Examples. Could we forbear and practice love, we should agree as angels do above. Between my house and yours, he answered, there is of 500 years. Beware of entrance to a. Start of a new word, fiction. Fiction. Questions. 1. What is a fiction in the most common modern meaning of the word? 2. How does a fiction differ from a novel? From a fable? From a myth? 3. How does a myth differ from a legend? 4. How do falsehood and fabrication differ from the words above mentioned? 5. Is fabrication or falsehood the more odious term? Which term is really the stronger? 6. What is a story? Is it good or bad, true or false? With what words of the group does it agree? Examples. O scenes surpassing, and yet true, scenes of accomplished bliss. A strange is told of thee. I believe the whole account from beginning to end to be a pure. A thing sustained by such substantial evidence could not be a mere of the imagination. Start of a new word, fierce. Fierce. Questions. 1. What does fierce signify? 2. To what does ferocious refer? How do the two words differ? 3. What does savage signify? Examples. Was the day, the wintry sea moaned sadly on New England's strand, when first the thoughtful and the free, our fathers, trod the desert land. Contentions, ardent and dire, spring from no petty cause. The savages massacred the survivors to the last man. Start of a new word, financial. Financial. Questions. 1. To what does monetary directly refer? 2. How does pecuniary agree with and differ from monetary? 3. To what does financial especially apply? 4. In what connection is fiscal most commonly used? Examples. The year closes with the society out of debt. He was rejoiced to receive the aid at a time when it was most needed. In a panic, many a sound business house goes down for want of power to realize instantly on valuable securities. Start of a new word, fine. Fine. Questions. 1. From what is fine derived, and what is its original meaning? 2. How, from this primary meaning, does fine become a synonym of excellent and beautiful? 3. How does it come into connection with clarified, clear, pure, refined? 4. How is it connected with dainty, delicate, and exquisite? 5. How does fine come to be a synonym for minute, comminuted? How for filmy, tenuous? For keen, sharp? Give instances of the use of fine in its various senses. Examples. Some people are more than wise. Feathers do not always make birds. The est balances must be kept under glass, because so ly adjusted as to be to a film of dust or a breath of air. Start of a new word, fire. Fire. Questions. 1. What is the essential fact underlying the visible phenomena which we call fire? 2. What is combustion? 3. How wide is its range of meaning? 4. what is a conflagration? Examples. He's gone, and who knows how he may report thy words by adding fuel to the lo. As he comes, in heaven's array, and scattering wide the of day. Start of a new word, flock. Flock. Questions. 1. What is the most general word of this group? 2. What is a group, and of what class of objects may it be composed? 3. To what class of animals does brood apply? To what class does litter apply? 4. Of what is bevy used? Flock. 5. To what is herd limited? 6. Of what is pack used? 7. What is a drove? Examples. What is not good for the is not good for the bee. He heard the bleating of the s and the twitter of birds among the trees. The lowing wind slowly o'er the lea. Excited s gathered at the corners discussing the affair. A of brightly clad women and children were enjoying a picnic under the trees. Start of a new word, fluctuate. Fluctuate. Questions. 1. What is the meaning of fluctuate? 2. In what one characteristic do swerve and veer differ from oscillate, fluctuate, undulate, and waver? 3. What is the difference in mental action between hesitate and waver? Between vacillate and waver? 4. Which of the above-mentioned words apply to persons? Which to feelings? Examples. Thou almost makest me in my faith. The surface of the prairies rolls and to the eye. It is almost universally true that the human mind at the moment of committing a crime. The vessel suddenly from her course. Start of a new word, fluid. Fluid. Questions. 1. What is a fluid? 2. Into what two sections are fluids divided? 3. What is a liquid? A gas? 4. Are all liquids fluids? 5. Are gases fluids? 6. Are gases ever liquids? 7. What substance is at once a liquid and a fluid at the ordinary temperature and pressure? Examples. Now nature paints her colors, how the bee sits on the bloom, extracting sweet. This earth was once a haze of light. Start of a new word, follow. Follow. Questions. 1. What is it to follow? 2. How does follow compare with chase and pursue? 3. As regards succession in time, what is the difference between follow and ensue? Result? Examples. Say, shall my little bark attendant sail, the triumph and partake the gale? When youth and pleasure meet to the glowing hours with flying feet. Then me, the prince, I answered, each be hero in his turn. 7 and yet one, like shadows in a dream. Start of a new word, formidable. Formidable. Questions. 1. What is the meaning of formidable? 2. How does formidable differ from dangerous? Terrible? Tremendous? Give examples. Examples. All delays are in war. As an army with banners. The great fleet moved slowly toward the forts, a array. Start of a new word, fortification. Fortification. Questions. 1. How does a fortress specifically differ from a fortification? 2. What is the distinctive meaning of citadel? 3. What is a fort? 4. What is a fastness or stronghold? Examples. For a man's house is his. A mighty is our God, a bulwark never failing, our helper he amid the flood of mortal ills prevailing. Alva built a in the heart of Antwerp to overawe the city. Start of a new word, fortitude. Fortitude. Questions. 1. What is fortitude? 2. How does it compare with courage? 3. How do resolution and endurance compare? Examples. Unbounded and compassion joined, tempering each other in the victor's mind. Tell thy story, if thine, considered, prove the thousandth part of my, thou art a man, and I have suffered like a girl. Thou didst smile, infused with a from heaven, when I had decked the sea with drops full salt. Start of a new word, fortunate. Fortunate. Questions. 1. How does fortunate compare with successful? 2. How are lucky and fortunate discriminated? 3. In what special sense, and with what reference are favored and prospered used? Examples. It is not a word the same impossible, no good comes of those that have it so often in their mouth. Ah, years. Once more who would not be a boy? I have a mind presages me such thrift that I should questionless be. Start of a new word, fraud. Fraud. Questions. 1. What is a fraud? How does it differ from deceit or deception? 2. What is the design of an imposture? 3. What is dishonesty? A cheat? A swindle? How do all these fall short of the meaning of fraud? 4. Of what relations is treachery used? Treason? Examples. Doth never prosper, what's the reason? Why, if it prosper none dare call it. Whoever has once become notorious by base, even if he speaks truth gains no belief. The first and the worst of all is to cheat oneself. Start of a new word, friendly. Friendly. Questions. 1. What does friendly signify as applied to persons, or as applied to acts? 2. How does the adjective friendly compare in strength with the noun friend? 3. What is the special meaning of accessible? Of companionable and sociable? Of cordial and genial? Examples. He that hath friends must show himself. A fellow feeling makes one wondrous. Start of a new word, friendship. Friendship. Questions. 1. What is friendship? 2. In what one quality does it differ from affection, attachment, devotion, and friendliness? 3. What is the meaning of comity and amity? 4. How does friendship differ from love? Examples. Talk not of wasted, never was wasted, if it enrich not the heart of another, its waters returning back to their springs, like the rain, shall fill them full of refreshment. Peculiar boon of heaven, the noble mind's delight and pride, to man and angels only given, to all the lower world denied. Start of a new word, frighten. Frighten. Questions. 1. By what is one frightened? By what intimidated? 2. What is it to browbeat or cow? 3. What is it to scare or terrify? Examples. The child was by the stories the nurse told. The loud, loud winds, that o'er the billows sweep shake the firm nerve, the bravest soul. Start of a new word, frugality. Frugality. Questions. 1. What is economy? 2. What is frugality? 3. What is parsimony? How does it compare with frugality? What is the motive of parsimony? 4. What is miserliness? 5. What is the special characteristic of prudence and providence? Of thrift? 6. What is the motive of economy? Examples. There are but two ways of paying debt, increase of industry in raising, increase of in laying out. By close the little home was at last paid for and there was a great Thanksgiving time. Start of a new word, garrulous. Garrulous. Questions. 1. What does garrulous signify? Chattering? 2. How do talkative and loquacious differ from garrulous, and from each other? 3. What is the special application of verbose? Examples. To tame a shrew, and charm her tongue. Guard against a feeble fluency, a prosiness, a facility of saying nothing. Start of a new word, gender. Gender. Questions. 1. What is sex? 2. To what beings only does sex apply? 3. What is gender? To what does it apply? Do the distinctions of gender correspond to the distinctions of sex? Give examples of languages containing 3 genders, and of the classification in languages containing but 2. Examples. The maternal relation naturally and necessarily divides the work of the S, giving to woman the indoor life, and to man, the work of the outer world. While in French every word is either of the masculine or feminine, the language sometimes fails for that very reason to indicate the of some person referred to. Start of a new word, general. General. Questions. 1. What does general signify? 2. How does general compare with universal? With common? 3. What illustrations of the differences are given in the text? Examples. Friendships will admit of division, one may love the beauty of this, the good humor of that person, and so on. A feeling of unrest prevailed. Death comes to all by law. Start of a new word, generous. Generous. Questions. 1. What is the primary meaning of generous? The common meaning? 2. How does generous differ from liberal? 3. What is the distinctive sense of munificent? 4. What does munificent tell of the motive or spirit of the giver? What does generous tell? 5. How does disinterested compare with generous? 6. What is the distinctive meaning of magnanimous? How does it differ from generous as regards dealing with insults or injuries? Examples. To cunning men I will be very kind, and to mine own children, in good bringing up. A friendship no cold medium knows, burns with one love, with one resentment glows. The conqueror proved as in victory as he was terrible in battle. Start of a new word, genius. Genius. Questions. 1. What is genius? 2. What is talent? 3. Which is the higher quality? 4. Which is the more dependent upon training? Examples. The eternal master found his single well employed. No great was ever without some mixture of madness. Start of a new word, get. Get. Questions. 1. What is a person said to get? 2. How is get related to expectation or desire? How is gain related to those words? 3. By what processes does one acquire? Is the thing acquired sought or desired, or not? 4. What does one earn? 5. Does a person always get what he earns or always earn what he gets? 6. What does obtain imply? Is the thing one obtains an object of desire? How does obtain differ from get? 7. What does win imply? How is one said to win a suit at law? What is the correct term in legal phrase? Why? 8. By what special element does procure differ from obtain? 9. What is especially implied in secure? Examples. He a living is umbrella mender but a poor living it is. Wisdom and with all thy getting, understanding. In the strange city he found that all his learning would not him a dinner. Start of a new word, gift. Gift. Questions. 1. What is a gift? Is gift used in the good or the bad sense? Does the legal agree with the popular sense? 2. What synonymous word is always used in the evil sense? 3. What is a benefaction? A donation? What difference of usage is recognized between the two words? 4. What is a gratuity, and to whom given? 5. What is the sense and use of largesse? 6. What is a present, and to whom given? 7. What is the special sense of boon? 8. What is a grant, and by whom made? Examples. He gave us only over beast, fish, fowl, dominion absolute, that right we hold by his. True love's the which God has given to man alone beneath the heaven. Noble knights, cried the heralds. The courts of justice had fallen so low that it was practically impossible to win a cause without a start of a new word, give. Give. Questions. 1. What is the primary meaning of give? The secondary meaning? 2. Can we give what is undesired? 3. Can we give what we are paid for? 4. How is give always understood when there is no limitation in the context? 5. Is it correct to say, he gave it to me for nothing? 6. What is to grant? 7. What is implied when we speak of granting a favor? 8. What is to confer? 9. What is especially implied in impart? In bestow? Examples. My God shall all your need according to his riches and glory by Christ Jesus. To every man that asketh of thee, and from him that would borrow of thee, turn not thou away. The court promptly the injunction. The king upon him the honor of knighthood. One of the pleasantest things in life is to instruction to those who really desire to learn. Start of a new word, govern. Govern. Questions. 1. What does the word govern imply? How does it differ from control? 2. How do command and control differ? 3. How do rule and govern differ? 4. What is the special significance of sway? Of mold? 5. What is it to manage? 6. What is the present meaning of reign? How does it compare with rule? Examples. He that his spirit is greater than he that taketh the city. For some must follow, and some though all are made of clay. Daniel Webster well described the character of Old Hickory in the sentence, I do not say that General Jackson did not mean to his country well, but I do say that General Jackson meant to his country. Start of a new word, graceful. Graceful. Questions. 1. What does graceful denote? How is it especially distinguished from beautiful? Examples. How upon the mountains are the feet of him that bringeth good tidings that publisheth peace. A myrtle reared its head. Start of a new word, grief. Grief. Questions. 1. What is grief? 2. How does grief compare with sorrow? With sadness? With melancholy? 3. What two chief senses has affliction? 4. What is implied in mourning, in its most common acceptation? Examples. We glory in also. For our light which is but for a moment, worketh for us a far more exceeding and eternal weight of glory. What private they have, alas! I know not, that made them do it. Start of a new word, habit. Habit. Questions. 1. What is custom? Routine? Which is the more mechanical? 2. What element does habit add to custom and routine? 3. Should we preferably use custom or habit of a society? Of an individual? 4. What is fashion? Rule? System? 5. What are use and usage, and how do they differ from each other? 6. What is practice? 7. What is the distinctive meaning of wont? Examples. Every is preserved and increased by correspondent actions, as the of walking by walking, of running by running. Montaigne is wrong in declaring that ought to be followed simply because it is, and not because it is reasonable or just. Lord Brougham says, the longer I live the more careful I am to entrust everything that I really care to do to the beneficent power of Dot. Makes perfect. Without little that is valuable is ever learned or done. Start of a new word, happen. Happen. Questions. 1. What does happen signify? 2. How does it differ from chance? 3. What is the distinctive meaning of betide? 4. How do both befall and betide differ from happen in grammatical construction? 5. What is the meaning of supervene? 6. Is transpire correctly used in the sense of happen? When may an event be properly said to transpire? Examples. Whatever at all as it should. Thou sowest not that body that shall be, but bear grain, it may of wheat, or of some other grain. The graceless renegade. It that a secret treaty had been previously concluded between the powers. If mischief him, thou shalt bring down my grey hairs with sorrow to the grave. Start of a new word, happiness. Happiness. Questions. 1. What is gratification? Satisfaction? 2. What is happiness? 3. How does happiness differ from comfort? 4. How does comfort differ from enjoyment? 5. How does pleasure compare with comfort and enjoyment? With happiness? 6. What do gratification and satisfaction express? How do they compare with each other? 7. How does happiness compare with gratification, satisfaction, comfort, and pleasure? With delight and joy? 8. What is delight? Ecstasy? Rapture? 9. What is triumph? Blessedness? Bliss? Examples. Sweet is after pain. Virtue alone is below. Hope elevates and brightens his crest. The storm raged without, but within the house all was brightness and there is no so sweet and abiding as that of doing good. This is the very of love. Start of a new word, happy. Happy. Questions. 1. What is the original meaning of happy? With what words is it allied in this sense? 2. In what way is happy a synonym of blessed? 3. What is the meaning of happy in its most frequent present use? Examples. Are they that mourn, for they shall be comforted? To what accident is it that we owe so unexpected a visit? A heart mocketh a countenance. I would not spend another such a night, though 'twere to buy a world of days. Start of a new word, harmony. Harmony. Questions. 1. What is harmony? 2. How does harmony compare with agreement? 3. How do concord and accord compare with harmony and with each other? 4. What is conformity? Congruity? 5. What is consistency? 6. What is unanimity? 7. How do consent and concurrence compare? Examples. We have made a covenant with death, and with hell are we at. Tyrants have made desperate efforts to secure outward and religious observances without of religious belief. That action and counteraction which, in the natural and in the political world, from the reciprocal struggle of discordant powers draws out the of the universe. The speaker was, by general, allowed to proceed. Start of a new word, harvest. Harvest. Questions. 1. What is the original meaning of harvest? Its later meaning? 2. How does harvest compare with crop? 3. What is produce? How does it differ from product? 4. What is the meaning of proceeds? Yield? Return? 5. Is harvest capable of figurative use, and in what sense? 6. What is the special meaning of harvest home? Harvest-tide? Harvest time? Examples. Just tickle the earth with a hoe, and she laughs with an abundant. And the ripe of the new mown hay gives it a sweet and wholesome odor. It soweth here with toil and care, but the of love is there. Of no distemper, of no blast he died, but fell like autumn that mellowed long. Start of a new word, hatred. Hatred. Questions. 1. What is repugnance? Aversion? 2. How does hatred compare with aversion as applied to persons? As applied to things? 3. What is malice? Malignity? 4. What is spite? 5. What are grudge, resentment, and revenge, and how do they compare with one another? Examples. Heaven has no like love to turned. The slight put upon him filled him with deep. He ne'er bore for stalwart blow ta'en in fair fight from gallant foe. In all cases of wilful injury to person or property, the law presumes. I felt from our first meeting an instinctive for the man, which on acquaintance deepened into a settled. Start of a new word, have. Have. Questions. 1. To what is have applied? How widely inclusive a word is it? 2. What does possess signify? 3. What is to hold? To occupy? 4. How does be in possession compare with possess? 5. How does own compare with possess or with be in possession? 6. What is the difference between the statement that a man has reason, and the statement that he is in possession of his reason. Examples. Son, thou art ever with me, and all that I is thine. I earnestly entreat you, for your own sakes, to yourselves of solid reasons. He occupies the house, but does not it. Start of a new word, hazard. Hazard. Questions. 1. What is the meaning of hazard? 2. How does hazard compare with danger? 3. How do risk and venture compare with chance and hazard, and with each other? 4. How do accident and casualty differ? 5. What is a contingency? Examples. We must take the current when it serves or lose our. I have set my life upon a cast, and I will stand the die. There is no undoing known duty. Do you think it necessary to provide for every before taking the first step? Start of a new word, healthy. Healthy. Questions. 1. What is the meaning of healthy? Of healthful? Are the words properly interchangeable? 2. What are the chief synonyms of healthy? Of healthful? 3. In what sense is salubrious used, and to what is it applied? 4. To what realm does salutary belong? Examples. In books, or work, or play let my first years be passed. Blessed is the nature, it is the coherent, sweetly cooperative, not the self-distracting one. Start of a new word, help. Help. Questions. 1. Is help or aid the stronger term? 2. Which is used in excitement or emergency? 3. Does help include aid or does aid include help? 4. Which implies the seconding of another's exertions? Do we aid or help the helpless? 5. How do cooperate and assist differ? 6. To what do encourage and uphold refer? Succor and support? Examples. He does not prevent a crime when he can it. Know then whatever cheerful and serene the mind the body too. Start of a new word, heretic. Heretic. Questions. 1. What is a heretic? A schismatic? 2. In what does a heretic differ from his church or religious body? A schismatic? 3. How do a heretic and a schismatic often differ in action? 4. How are the terms dissenter and nonconformist usually applied? Examples. A man that is in, after the first and second admonition, reject. Churchmen and alike resisted the tyranny of James II. Start of a new word, heterogeneous. Heterogeneous. Questions. 1. When are substances heterogeneous as regards each other? 2. When is a mixture, as cement, said to be heterogeneous? When homogeneous? 3. What is the special significance of non-homogeneous? 4. How does miscellaneous differ from heterogeneous? Examples. My second son received a sort of education at home. Courtier and patriot cannot mix their politics without an effervescence. Start of a new word, hide. Hide. Questions. 1. Which is the most general term of this group, and what does it signify? 2. Is an object hidden by intention, or in what other way or ways, if any? 3. Does conceal evince intention? 4. How does secrete compare with conceal? How is it chiefly used? 5. What is it to cover? To screen? Examples. Men use thought only as authority for their injustice, and employ speech only to their thoughts. Ye little stars. Your diminished rays. Start of a new word, high. High. Questions. 1. What kind of a term is high? What does it signify? Give instances of the relative use of the word. 2. How does high compare with deep? To what objects may these words be severally applied? 3. What is the special significance of tall? 4. What element does lofty add to the meaning of high or tall? 5. How do elevated and eminent compare in the literal sense? In the figurative? 6. How do the words above mentioned compare with exalted? 7. What contrasted uses has high in the figurative sense? 8. What is towering in the literal, and in the figurative sense? Examples. A pillared shade, overarched, and echoing walks between. A daughter of the gods, divinely and most divinely fair. What is that which the breeze on the steep, as it fitfully blows, half conceals, half discloses? He knew himself to sing, and build the rhyme. Start of a new word, hinder. Hinder. Questions. 1. What is it to hinder? 2. How does hinder differ from delay? 3. How does hinder compare with prevent? 4. What is the meaning of retard? 5. What is it to obstruct? To resist? How do these two words compare with each other? Examples. The devil, and he will flee from you. My tears must stop, for every drop my needle and thread. It is the study of mankind to that advance of age or death which cannot be. Start of a new word, history. History. Questions. 1. What is history? How does it relate events? To what class of events does it apply? 2. How does history differ from annals or chronicles? Examples. Happy the people whose are dulled. Is little else than a picture of human crimes and misfortunes. Is philosophy teaching by example? Start of a new word, holy. Holy. Questions. 1. What is the meaning of sacred? 2. How does it compare with holy? 3. Which term do we apply directly to God? 4. In what sense is divine loosely used? What is its more appropriate sense? Examples. The time is quiet as a nun breathless with adoration. A burden is this life ye bear. All sects and churches of Christendom hold to some form of the doctrine of the inspiration of the Christian scriptures. Start of a new word, home. Home. Questions. 1. What is the general sense of abode, dwelling, and habitation? What difference is there in the use of these words? 2. From what language is home derived? What is its distinctive meaning? Examples. And giddy and unsure hath he that buildeth on the vulgar heart. The attempt to abolish the ideal woman and keep the ideal is a predestinated failure. A house without love may be a castle or a palace, but it is not a. Love is the life of a true. Start of a new word, honest. Honest. Questions. 1. What is the meaning of honest in ordinary use? 2. What is the meaning of honorable? 3. How will the merely honest and the truly honorable man differ in action? 4. What is honest in the highest and fullest sense? How, in this sense, does it differ from honorable? Examples. Labor bears a lovely face. And man's the noblest work of God. No form of pure, undisguised murder will be any longer allowed to confound itself with the necessities of warfare. Start of a new word, horizontal. Horizontal. Questions. 1. What does horizontal signify? How does it compare with level? 2. From what language is flat derived? 3. What is its original meaning? Its most common present sense? In what derived sense is it often used? 4. What are the senses of plain and plain? Examples. Sun and moon were in the sea sunk. Ample spaces o'er the smooth end pavement. The prominent lines in Greek architecture were, and not vertical. Start of a new word, hunt. Hunt. Questions. 1. What is a hunt? 2. For what is a chase or pursuit conducted? A search? 3. What does hunt ordinarily include? 4. Is it correct to use hunt when search only is contemplated? 5. How are these words used in the figurative senses? Examples. Among the inalienable rights of man are life, liberty, and of happiness. All things have an end, and so did our four lodgings. They formed the principal amusement of our Norman kings, who for that purpose retained in their possession forests in every part of the kingdom. They's up, but they shall know the stag at bay's a dangerous foe. Start of a new word, hypocrisy. Hypocrisy. Questions. 1. From what language is pretense derived, and what does it signify? 2. What is hypocrisy? 3. What is cant? Sanctimoniousness? 4. What is pietism? Formalism? Sham? 5. How does affectation compare with hypocrisy? Examples. Let not the Trojans, with a feint of proffered peace, delude the Latian prince. Is a fawning and flexible art, which accommodates itself to human feelings, and flatters the weakness of men in order that it may gain its own ends. Start of a new word, hypocrite. Hypocrite. Questions. 1. From what language is hypocrite derived? What is its primary meaning? 2. What common term includes the other words of the group? 3. How are hypocrite and dissembler contrasted with each other? 4. What element is common to the cheat and the impostor? How do the two compare with each other? Examples. It is the weakest sort of politicians that are the greatest. I dare swear he is no but praise from his heart. In the reign of Henry VII, an named Perkin Warbeck laid claim to the English crown. Start of a new word, hypothesis. Hypothesis. Questions. 1. What is a hypothesis? What is its use in scientific investigation and study? 2. What is a guess? A conjecture? A supposition? A surmise? 3. What implication does surmise ordinarily convey? What is a theory? A scheme? A speculation? How do they differ? Examples. Fancies, built on nothing firm. There are no other limits than those of the human mind. The development, though widely accepted by men of science, fails of proof at many important points. Start of a new word, idea. Idea. Questions. 1. From what language is idea derived, and what did it originally mean? 2. What did idea signify in early philosophical use? 3. What is its present popular use, and with what words is it now synonymous? Examples. All rests with those who read. A work or is what each makes it to himself. He who comes up to his own of greatness must always have had a very low standard of it in his mind. Start of a new word, ideal. Ideal. Questions. 1. What is an ideal? 2. What is an archetype? A prototype? 3. Can a prototype be equivalent to an archetype? 4. Is an ideal primal, or the result of development? 5. What is an original? 6. What is the standard? How does it compare with the ideal? 7. How are idea and ideal contrasted? Examples. Be a to others and then all will go well. The mind's the of the man. Every man has at times in his mind the of what he should be, but is not. Start of a new word, idiocy. Idiocy. Questions. 1. What is idiocy? 2. What is imbecility? How does it compare with idiocy? 3. How does insanity differ from idiocy or imbecility? 4. How do folly and foolishness compare with idiocy? 5. What is fatuity? Stupidity? Examples. Where ignorance is bliss, 'tis to be wise. To expect an effect without a cause, or attainment without application, is little less than. Start of a new word, idle. Idle. Questions. 1. From what language is idle derived, and what is its original meaning? 2. What does idle in present use properly denote? Does it necessarily denote the absence of all action? 3. What does lazy signify? How does it differ from idle? 4. What does inert signify? Sluggish? 5. In what realm does slothful belong, and what does it denote? 6. How does indolent compare with slothful? Examples. The stream was covered with a green scum. Never a moment, but thrifty and thoughtful of others. As the door turneth upon his hinges, so doth the turn upon his bed. Start of a new word, ignorant. Ignorant. Questions. 1. What does ignorance signify? How wide is its range? 2. What is the meaning of illiterate? 3. How does unlettered compare with illiterate? Examples. So foolish was I, and I was as a beast before thee. A boy is better unborn than. Start of a new word,